Good evening, councillors. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this first virtual meeting of the council. Have I the council's permission to sign the minutes of the meetings of the council held on the 2nd of March 2020? If members have comments or questions on the accuracy of the minutes, please use the chat facility. If there are no comments, I will assume you are in agreement for me to sign the minutes.
There are no comments on chat, Mr. Mayor, so I think we're okay to sign the minutes.
Thank you, Lorraine. Are there any apologies?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. There are no apologies received this evening.
Good evening to you, Mr. Phil, Mr. Chief Executive. Thank you. Are there any communications?
There are no communications this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Questions have been received this evening from councillors Tom Ashton, George Corner, Jonathan Noble, Tracy Abbott and Judith Skinner.
Thank you. Councillor Ashton, would you please ask your question? Can you bring him back, please, to the screen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Councillor Nigel Welton, taking note of the County Council's bid for a devolution deal, which envisages reorganising the structure of local government in this county, would Councillor Welton update the council on whether he would support the creation of a Boston Town Council in the event of such reorganisation extinguishing this esteemed borough council?
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Councillor Welton, would you please respond? Can you bring Councillor Welton, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Ashton for his question. I wholeheartedly support the creation of a town council for Boston. Protection of Boston as a town is of great importance to me, and I will do whatever is in my power to protect the future status of our town. Apologies. Following the recent manoeuvres to reopen the debate on devolution in Lincolnshire, our priority must be to protect Boston's unique identity, history, and heritage. We must all stand together to ensure Boston doesn't become a forgotten corner of Lincolnshire in any future carve-up of the county.
Thank you, Councillor Welton. Councillor Ashton, do you have a supplementary question? Can you bring Councillor Ashton, please, to the screen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Welton, for that reply. Would you agree to work with me to bring forward a motion to this council which would secure a town council and safeguard the civic privileges and property which rightfully belongs to the people of Boston in the event of the borough council's demise?
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Councillor Welton, would you like to reply, please? Can you bring him to the screen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Ashton. I will work with you or any other person on this planet if it means that we can protect the unique status of our town.
Thank you, Councillor Welton. Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Now we move to Councillor Cornell. Would you please ask your question? Can you bring Councillor Cornell to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is addressed to Councillor Yvonne Stevens. At Cabinet on 20th of May, it was agreed that the council would purchase or lease a temporary replacement cremator whilst seeking a long-term solution. Could the portfolio holder reassure this council and our residents that Boston Crematorium remains fit for purpose and the measures agreed at Cabinet are sufficient to prevent a major or prolonged failure of this vital local service?
Thank you, Councillor Cornell. Councillor Stevens, would you please respond? Can you bring Councillor Stevens to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I thank Councillor Corner for his question concerning the crematorium. Cabinet did agree to purchase a temporary cremator, and I can confirm that the order has now been placed with the supplier. Delivery is anticipated on the 1st of August. The new cremator is of a robust, efficient and modern design, and we will be supplied with a manufacturer's warranty. The cremator will be installed immediately adjacent to the crematorium building inside a weatherproof enclosure, and the cremator will benefit from an all-inclusive maintenance contract. Whilst we await delivery, our 2 existing cremators will continue to be managed by the excellent team at the crematorium, as indeed they have been the case since the previous maintenance company entered administration, albeit with necessary limitations applied for the capacity and the concurrent use, so as to preserve our current operations. But long term, Cabinet members will be aware of my ambition to investigate a new build crematorium for Boston. And this is due to the limitations of the existing site, which we are now investigating. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Corner, do you have a supplementary question?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank the portfolio holder for her response. It's reassuring to hear that the crematorium is in good working order and that it's servicing the needs of the people of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corner. Now I'm going to move to Councillor Noble. Would you please ask your question? Can you bring Councillor Noble to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Councillor Howard, the portfolio holder for finance. And the question is, how much central government money has Boston Borough Council received to date to provide financial support for A, itself, and B, local businesses adversely affected by the economic effects of the government's lockdown?
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Councillor Howard, would you please respond? Can you bring me Councillor Howard to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Noble, for your question, and no doubt a lot of people will be interested in this. The answer to your question is obviously in 2 parts. Firstly, the council has received 16.768 million under the small business grant and retail, hospitality and leisure grants, and more recently announced a discretionary business grant scheme as well. In addition, £9.3 million has been received as a consequence of the expanded retail and other business rate reliefs that apply in 2021. With regard to government money to help with the day-to-day finances, the council has received £0.7 million, which is £750,000 from the government in recognition of the impacts of COVID-19 on its finances. This was distributed as part of 2 1.6 billion nationwide tranches announced in April and May. Lobbying for further funding is continuing, which is being led by the Local Government Association. Cash flow monies have also been approved to support the council as a consequence of other decisions, and the sum of £62,811 has also been distributed to the council to support the reopening of the high streets.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Noble, do you have a supplementary question, please?
I do. Thank you, Councillor Howard. But Councillor Howard, is it not seemingly fitting and appropriate that the central government should provide financial support to the council and Boston Borough businesses for the economic damage inflicted on them as a result of the government's lockdown?
Councillor Howard, could you answer, please?
Yes, thank you, Jonathan, Councillor Noble, for your supplementary question. Yes, I totally agree with you. And as I said earlier, lobbying is going on, and we need as much support as we can possibly get from the government to keep local businesses going, to keep the finances going, and it is certainly something that I'm in regular contact with Mr. Paul Julian regarding this, and obviously as new information comes through and details, I'll be the first to update you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Thank you, Jonathan Noble. Thank you, Councillor Noble. Now I will move to Councillor Tracy Abbott. Would you please ask your question? Can you bring me Councillor Abbott to the screen? Hello, good evening, Councillor Abbott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Councillor Howard, portfolio holder for finance.
Yes.
Taking into account the impact of COVID-19 on the council's finances, could Councillor Howard please give an update on the position of the revenue and reserves against budget and the current projections over the next 3 months?
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Howard, would you please respond to Councillor Abbott's question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Abbott, for your question. The answer to the question is, as reported to Cabinet on the 20th of May, the Council is projecting the net revenue impact of COVID-19 for the current year, and obviously this at the moment is the figures we have, but it's a very fluid situation, but it is in the region of an impact of £1.7 million. As I said to Councillor Noble, the government has provided £750,000 grant already to help support this reduction, but obviously this is not enough, and lobbying, as again stated earlier, is continuing to close the remaining projected gap. Regarding the second part of your question, to date, the complete closure of Jeff Moulder Leisure Centre, the cessation of charging for car parks and reduced volumes elsewhere has reduced expected income significantly, approximately £500,000 with certain areas, assuming that there is no return to full lockdown and social distancing measures mean that capacities are revised downwards. A further reduction against the budget of £500,000 is estimated over the next 3 months. Regular reports will be presented to members through the year to update the position both in respect of projected losses and further government responses. Regarding revenue and reserves against budget for the next 3 months, the position of revenue and reserves, as everyone is aware, is very fluid, and until we come out of COVID-19 with all the facts and figures, it's impossible really to give an accurate forecast of this. Again, as I say, the council have received £750,000 already, but we need a lot more. I would just like to add that it's going to be extremely difficult to balance our budgets and provide existing services to our public over the coming months and years due to the current situation. But it is very fluid, and it would be remiss of me to try and guess and estimate reserves against and revenue against the current situation and give figures, because as I say, it's so fluid at the moment. All I can really do is sort of again state that I will, as soon as I get the information and as soon as we get any more details, I'll report back to all members.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Abbott, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, please.
Councillor Howard, on these figures in your assessment, how many years has this council got before it cannot balance the budget without running down reserves or cutting frontline services?
Thank you again, Councillor Abbott, for your question, and it's really a similar answer to regarding revenue and reserves. it's difficult to predict anything going forward at the moment. The only thing that I do have confidence in is our 151 officer, Mr. Paul Julian, and his team have a proven track record in balancing budgets, particularly in austerity. My own belief is we are in for a very severe recession, but again, I can't give you an exact answer as to how long and how many years we can carry on balancing the budget. It's such a fluid situation. But I will take your question further and forward to Mr. Julian and attempt to get some sort of indication for us. But as I say, to be perfectly honest, it's such a fluid situation. None of us have ever experienced this before. We're not the only council in this situation, every council across the country. But again, as soon as I get some detailed figures that we can confidently predict, then I will come back to all members.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Now I will move to Councillor Judith Skinner. Would you please ask your question? Can you bring Councillor Judith Skinner to the screen, please? Good evening, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question tonight is to the Leader of the Council. Would the Leader agree with me that our Council staff have been brilliant at swapping roles to help as we face the trials of COVID-19? Will he join with me in thanking them all for maintaining our essential services at this time?
Thank you, Councillor Judith Skinner. Will Councillor Paul Skinner respond, please? Good evening, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you. Thank you for your question, Councillor Skinner. Recent times have tested all of us. I'm proud to say that Boston Borough Council staff have risen to the challenge, worked from home to continue our services, trained on other jobs to fill those essential roles, left vacant by those that are shielding or live with those that are shielding. Our leisure services have gone beyond that, developing online classes to help the health and well-being of us all. A big thank you to you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Judith Skinner, do you have a supplementary question, please?
I do, Mr. Mayor. My supplementary is, would the Leader also agree that this shows how versatile our staff are and that they will be able to step up to any proposed changes in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Judith Skinner. The Leader, would you respond, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Yes, I'm sure they will. They've done very well up to the moment and respond very well to the recent tests. In fact, I'm sure they have the skills and enthusiasm to take us on to any challenge that we present. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Judith Skinner. Thank you, Councillor Paul Skinner. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the public?
There is one question this evening, Mr. Mayor, from Mr. Darren Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. In accordance with the procedural rules for remote meetings, I will read Mr. Abbott's question to the meeting. At a time when you are trying to save any penny, you can combine with warnings of local water authorities that housepipe bans and restrictions will soon be imposed. How can you and the council justify the watering of football pitches that have not been used since December for the last 6 weeks at a cost of approximately £1.50 per hour? And by my rough calculations, around a total of £1,400. And the question is to Councillor Walton. Thank you. Councillor Walton, would you please respond to the question? Can you bring me Councillor Walton on the screen?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Howard.
Oh, sorry, it's my mistake. Councillor Howard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Abbott, for your question. Following the telephone conversation yesterday I had with yourself, Mr. Abbott, you asked me to answer this question in simple yes or no terms without any waffle. So my answer will be in yes or no terms. And the answer is that no, we cannot justify this spend. It is something that I am looking at very, very closely. I have actually asked for meter readings to be taken so we can confirm the cost of the water that's been used against last year's, and then we can take action regarding that. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. I have a supplementary question, which is probably gonna just double whammy from Mr. Abbott, which is this expenditure justified? Please, could you just answer yes or no? Councillor Howard.
Yes, as you say, quite rightly say, Mr. Mayor, I believe I've answered the question already. And again, I cannot and we cannot justify this expense, but obviously we need to do some investigation to find out exactly what the cost is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Now I will inquire whether any members wish to declare any interest in respect of any items on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Yes.
If I may declare in respect to item 4, just for completeness, that I am an elected member of East Lindsey District Council. However, I have sought advice from the monitoring officer in respect of this item, and I'm pleased to be able to confirm that as I approach this issue as a member of Boston Borough Council, and my mind is entirely on what is best for Boston Borough Council, with that in mind, I am able to take part in this item and take part in the debate and vote. And I'm happy to confirm that that's the case.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Is there anybody else? Councillor Rush.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to question the validity, really, of Councillor Ashton's past comment, really. I find it hardly fair that one man should actually have 2 votes on this very, very important situation that we find ourselves in. It seems very odd to me that a man can have a foot in both camps. And I would ask for legal guidance, or confirmation of his legal guidance about the validity of that statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Is there anybody else who is wishing to speak or declare any interest of interest? If there is none, then I will move whether any officers wish to declare any interest in the respect of items on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Council's 3 statutory officers, myself, the monitoring officer and the Section 151 officer, wish to declare an interest in the report Boston Borough Council and East Lindsey District Council Strategic Alliance as it affects our employment, and we all confirm that we have not provided any professional advice to the Council in respect of the matters contained within the report. Having declared our interests in advance, we will leave the meeting prior to consideration of that item on this evening's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Drury. Thank you. Now we move to the agenda items, and I call upon Councillor Jonathan Noble to introduce the Audit and Governance Committee minutes. Councillor Jonathan Noble, please. Yes.
Can I have a point of information, Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, you have failed to answer my question. Councillor Ashton made a statement, and I asked for a response on that. A legal sort of advice on his declarations, having had 2 votes at the one agenda item on 2 different committees. I wanted clarification. That's all I wanted, Mr. Mayor, and you seem to have ignored that. Thank you.
I didn't ignore you, Councillor Rush. We're going to go to our monitor officer, I think, Lauren Bush, to clarify for us the situation, if she can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're more than welcome.
It's the monitoring officer, Michelle Sachs, gave the information, the advice to Councillor Ashton, so it's more appropriate if you can bring her to camera.
Thank you. Good evening, Michelle. We can't hear you. We cannot hear.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to come in. Councillor Ashton tonight is not exercising 2 votes on the matter. He is attending the Boston Borough Council meeting, not the East Lindsey meeting. And East Lindsey are meeting simultaneously with Boston Borough Council. Therefore, on tonight's debate, Councillor Ashton is only exercising 1 vote on the item. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mrs. Sachs.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a little concerned that this particular councillor has 2 votes in 2 different areas. It seems a little untidy to me, and I don't want to dispute the monitoring officer's advice. I'm sure she's very well versed, but I would like a written explanation of that to be sent to me after the meeting, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rush, and I think the question, Mrs. Sachs, is about the voting in East Lindsey Council and the Boston Borough Council. That's what Councillor Rush is referring to. Can we have a confirmation on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Rush has asked why Councillor Ashton can have 2 votes. If I can give a comparable, the cabinet members of Boston will have 2 votes, because when the executive meet of each authority, they were debating the matter as the executive and considering the facts before them at that time. When each council meets, it is almost like clearing the decks. And if I can refer members to section 25 of the Localism Act, which allows for members to vote again on matters that they have previously taken decisions upon, providing that member shows an open mind and is open to the debate before them. Of course, any predetermination remains unlawful, and if a member comes to the debate with a closed mind, then that is predetermination. Therefore, with regard to the second vote that I believe Councillor Rush is alluding to, they are 2 separate meetings. One is the East Lindsey Cabinet, the executive, which took a decision as the East Lindsey executive. Again, coming back to section 25, that clears the decks effectively to allow members to then consider matters again. And Councillor Ashton has confirmed tonight that he is taking part in this discussion with his Boston hat, and therefore is addressing the matter with an open mind, ready to hear the debate before him. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm more than happy to confirm that to Councillor Rush post-meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I hope that clarifies the situation for you, Councillor Rush.
Well, thank you, Michelle Sachs, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I would look forward to that being sent to me, a full explanation in writing, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interference. Thank you. Okay, we go back to part 2, agenda items. We now move to the agenda item, and I call upon Councillor Jonathan Noble to introduce the Audit and Governance Committee meetings. Please, Councillor Noble.
Could I have a point of information, Mr. Mayor, please?
Who is that? Is it Councillor Dorian?
It is, yeah. I did put it in the chat, but it's not been picked up. I don't know why.
Well, it didn't come to me. It should come to Janet.
Okay. So can I raise the point of information, please?
Can we get back? Can you get me Councillor Dorian on the screen, please? Good evening,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. It's just to pick up on what Mr. Drury said. He said that, and I may have misheard him, so I apologise if I had. He said that he hadn't been involved in compiling the report regarding the strategic alliance, but that's at odds with what Councillor Paul Skinner told Scrutiny the other night. he said that Mr. Drury and Mr. Barlow had compiled that report. So could I have that clarified, please?
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Then we will need, should we leave it until the agenda item number 4 and then we go through it? I will give you the right to speak about that.
I don't mind, Mr. Mayor. I did raise it in the chat. I did raise it as soon as Mr. Drury spoke, as one would in the council chamber, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure how one should proceed, really.
To be honest with Councillor Dorian, it would be nice to bring it around agenda number 4 and then it will be appropriate, and then we need an answer.
I thought Mr. Drury was leaving for that item, Mr. Mayor.
Well, he's not going to answer. He will answer from the leader. It will be from the leader, and that's what you wish for. Is that correct? So we do that. Thank you, Councillor Dorian, and we can move on. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Noble, if you can come now, please, and introduce the Audit and Governance Committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Members will find the information of this on page 13 to 19 of their full council agenda pack. So I'm just going to pick out certain key things to comment on. We're going to start with the draft budget setting and the medium-term financial strategy. First key point is that we were told there was a proposed rise in Boston Borough Council's part of the council tax of 2.05%. We also learnt that as part of a balanced budget for 2021, there will be ongoing savings from the transformation programme of £466,000, and that in the future our resources are likely to come solely from council tax, business rates and fees and charges. There was reference to the capital programme, and it included spending to renew the refuse fleet in 2021. Now I can inform you that on the 31st of March, the council entered into contracts for the acquisition of 8 refuse vehicles, 7 26-ton refuse vehicles at a cost of £1,184,000 and 1 7.5-ton refuse vehicle at £95,000, giving a grand total of £1,279,000. There was also some debate about the council tax, and some members seem to think that having a council tax that this year was only 2.5% was a bad idea, and that it should be increased further, even members of the opposition, which I found quite astonishing. I'm going to move on now to the Treasury Manager update of Q3 2019 to 20. Now, I've been asked to give clarification of the property fund figures, and these are what they are. On the 30th September 2019, property funds income was £976,000. We deduct management fees of £209,000, giving a net return of £767,000. We then have to deduct the fixed interest charge of £383,000, which brings us to an accrued income of £384,000. Now, I've cross-referenced that with information on page 63 of the pre-audit financial report. And the figures are actually quite close because the accrued income there is showed at £372,000. But of course, we've had a decline in the net asset value of our property funds of £1,028,000 in the last financial year. But of course, it's just the first year in a loan that's been taken out for 50 years. I'm going to move on to the Code of Conduct. Now, we on Audit and Governance thought it would be a good idea to invite other members to take part in a debate about the Code of Conduct. And it was very well attended, especially by members of the opposition. And the agreement was that we should retain the existing Code of Conduct and wait publication of the LGA's draft Code of Conduct, which we now have. And I'm going to show you a copy. Now, the pleasing thing about this publication, that it's quite sensible, it's quite measured, it's not overly prescriptive, which was, we thought, well, I think, and I think other members will agree, a good idea. I'll just read out one key phrase from it. and it's on the issue of civility. And it says this: civility means politeness and courtesy in behaviour, speech, and in the written word. I'm sure we can all agree with that definition. Now, moving on to future business, we are scheduled to have a meeting of Audit and Governance on committee, a virtual meeting, obviously, on Monday, the 20th of July, when we will be looking at the then actually audited accounts, the financial report 2019-20 and the auditor's report. We were supposed to have had a talk by one of our property fund managers from BlackRock in March, but of course that had to be suspended or put back into abeyance due to the effects of the coronavirus and all the impacts that's had on our meetings. So I move that the minutes of the ANG committee meeting of the 27th of January 2020 be approved by full council, and I look to my deputy chairman, Councillor Ashton, for a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor John Noble. Do we have a seconder? It's Tom Ashton. Thank you, Councillor Ashton.
I'm very happy to second that, Mr. Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak later, if necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. We do have 2 speakers, but anybody wishing to speak, please use the live chat. I will start with Councillor Woodcock. Can you bring me Councillor Woodcock, please, to the screen? Good evening, Councillor Woodcock. I cannot hear you. Check your microphone.
Councillor Woodcock, you are currently self-muted.
Okay. Wait a minute.
That's okay, Councillor Woodcock. We can hear you now.
You've got me. You've got it now. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Councillor Woodcock, please. You can speak.
Right. Let me put this down here. Right. It seems to me that we have in the past run a quite steady ship and things are adequate. Where do you perceive it in the future then, given the different world that we live in? Because we are going to be in a very different world for the foreseeable, even the long-term future. How does Councillor Noble go with this? Do you see that your plans will work in the changing world?
Thank you, Councillor Woodcock. Councillor Noble, would you like to respond, please, to Councillor Woodcock?
I'm happy to respond. I have to point out that the point of these debates for council is not normally to ask questions, but to make comments and statements. However, Councillor Woodcock did ask me, where do you see the future? It's not my plan, because obviously I am just the Chair of Audit and Governance. It's what the council determines to do. I have to say that I'm slightly more optimistic about the financial future of Boston Borough Council than some of my colleagues, but I think we'll be talking more about that later when we come to discuss the strategic alliance.
Thank you, Councillor Noble, and thank you, Councillor Woodcock. Now I will go to Councillor Rush.
This one is slow.
Councillor Rush, are you there?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. I would like you to give me some directions on what element you want me to speak on, really.
Well, this is about the audit and governance.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt.
Yes, Maureen.
Should only be if you've got any comments on the minute.
Yes.
Members should only be commenting if they've got comments on the minutes of the Audit and Governance Committee before them. It's not a question and answer session on financial situation of the council.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Lorraine. I have no questions for anyone.
Do you have a comment, Councillor Rush?
I have no comment on the Audit and Governance section.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Rush. Thank you. Is there anybody on the live chat?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no registered speakers. However, would ask if Councillor Ashton wishes to come back after reserving his right to do so. Thank you.
Okay. So, if there are no more speakers, I will ask Councillor Noble to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing really further to add. I think I've picked out what I thought were the salient points of the minutes of what happened on the 27th of January. But can I just make this comment that if members of the opposition do have any questions regarding the finances, then I'm very happy to receive those questions, as I'm sure also are the S151 officer and also Councillor Howard, who's the portfolio holder. You know, we're anxious that the opposition has apprised as well as possible about the figures. So that's all, Mr. Mayor. I've moved that the minutes be approved. I've been seconded by Councillor Ashton. I think it now falls for a vote to take place on those minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. I will just add one thing. With the COVID-19, I think the whole world is in limbo. Nobody knows what will be the future holding for us. All we can do is work hard and make sure that our residents in this town have a good life and can enjoy the life in this beautiful town. That's what we can do, and we should fight for it all the way. Thank you. Now, I will now move to the vote. This will be taken by roll call. Lorraine will call out your name, and you should respond for, against, or abstain. Thank you. Yes, Lorraine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tracy Abbott.
For.
Councillor Tom Ashton.
For.
Councillor Alison Austin. Councillor Alison Austin. I'll come back to Councillor Austin. Councillor Richard Austin.
Councillor Austin, do you have your microphone muted?
Councillor Peter Bedford.
For.
Councillor Alan Bell. Councillor Bell.
Sorry. For.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Corner.
For.
Councillor Danny. Mr. Mayor.
For. Thank you.
Councillor Dorian.
For.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Edge. We'll come back. Councillor Evans. Councillor Goodale.
For.
Abstain. Councillor Edge, abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Edge. Yes, Karen, sorry.
Councillor Austin's already, Lorraine.
Sorry?
Councillor Austin's already to give their vote. Thank you.
I was going to come back. Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Alison Austin. Councillor Alison Austin. I'll come back at the end. Councillor Hampton.
For. Oh, have you got me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Richard Austin. Councillor Richard Austin.
For. Richard Austin, for.
Thank you. Councillor Evans, have we got you? No.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hasty.
For.
Councillor Howard.
For.
Councillor Noble.
For.
Councillor Pickett.
For.
Councillor Rush.
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner.
For.
Councillor Paul Skinner.
For.
Councillor Sharman.
For.
Councillor Spencer.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
For.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wellborn.
For.
Councillor Welton.
For.
Thank you. That's clearly carried, Mr. Mayor.
What about me?
Thank you.
I wasn't called to vote.
I haven't voted.
No.
And Woodcock and Woodley, because they're at the bottom of the list on the.
Sorry, Councillor
Yes.
Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Woodliff.
For.
Still clearly carried. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Because they're at the back of the page, so they were missed. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. We now move to the annual meeting 2021 report, which I will ask the Chief Executive to introduce. Please, Mr. Drury.
Thank you very much indeed. Members will be aware that the Local Government Act 1972 includes the provision for local authorities to hold their annual general meetings. However, in these unfortunate circumstances we currently face, legislation has been passed known as the Local Authorities Coronavirus Flexibility of Local Authority Meetings Regulations, and they came into effect on the 4th of April this year. The effect of those regulations mean that there is no obligation on a council to hold an annual general meeting this year. However, the report before you this evening sets out a number of options and considerations as to how members might wish to progress, particularly with the items that are ordinarily covered by our annual general meeting. So the report provides members with the opportunity to debate those options, specifically with regards to hold a meeting itself and the mayoralty issues, and also the determination of committee makeup. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Drury. And we.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Rush, yes.
The point of order, Mr. Mayor. I see on the list that on the roll call that we had a few moments ago, that in fact we do have Frank, Councillor, the incoming mayor, so to speak, who was taking your place, Frank. And I wonder why he is here if he is not fit to do the mayoral job. Could you please give me an explanation, please, on a point of order?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, a point of order is where a rule of the Constitution or law has been perceived to be broken. That Councillor Rush's comments would not be a point of order.
Thank you.
So I can't be answered then. Is that what Lorraine's saying? And I will, of course, cooperate, but I just thought it was a bit of an anomaly, really.
Councillor,
what you're asking is not a point of order, Councillor Rush.
So there is no law broken here, so there's no question. You heard the answer by Lorraine, so we keep that. Thank you, Councillor Rush. Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Anton, I have to move it first.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes, I have to move it first, Anton. I'm quite happy to move the recommendations as they stand. The first part is very definitely in line with the legislation that takes us up to next May, and seeing as the civic function of the mayor is part of being the mayor, I think it's very supportive of that. And then in line with the wishes of the other group leaders, I've put a bit in here to say that we will actually review the situation regarding chairman, committee members and outside bodies in September 2020. So I'm quite happy to move that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Then do we have a seconder? Councillor Walton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second I'm happy to second that and reserve my right to speak at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. Well, we have 6 speakers who wish to speak on this agenda. I will start with Councillor Dorian.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not ready to speak yet, actually, but I did want a point of information if Mr. Drury's still on the call. And it's on the report, page 22, number 1.2, Mr. Mayor. And perhaps Mr. Drury could clarify. It says the regulations apply to local authority meetings that are required to be held or held before the 7th of May 2021. Mr. Mayor, under our Constitution Part 4 1.1, our AGM is not required to be held before the 7th of May. Our AGM is required to be held in March, April or May. So it doesn't quite fit with 1.2 in the report. Could I have that explained, please? But that's not me speaking, Mr. Mayor. I'll just want that clarified.
Dorian.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt again, as I've previously mentioned on chat, there is no provision for a point of information. Any information sought should be done during the 5 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you, Lorraine. Is that satisfactory to you, Councillor Dorian?
Well, not really, Mr. Mayor. Well, a point of clarification then, if it's not information, because you know, I've told you what the Constitution says. It's very different to what the report says. So I just wanted that to be ironed out, really, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think that was unreasonable. And if Mr. Drury is still on the call, perhaps he could do it.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Anything to add, Mrs. Bush, to these clarifications?
As I've previously said, Mr. Mayor, the only provision in the Constitution is for a point of order where a constitution or law has been perceived to be broken, or a point of personal explanation. There's no point of clarification, there's no point of information. Any information being sought in that purpose should be done so during the 5 minutes of speaking. As Councillor Dorian has now started speaking, then this is her time for her 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Lauren. So is that clear for you, Councillor Dorian?
Yes, I made it very clear to Mrs. Bush that I didn't want to go first today, so that's very disappointing. But I will continue. So that very clearly is wrong, Mr. Mayor. I'm absolutely delighted to see Councillor Pickett here this evening, because we've had tales of his ill health and we've been all very, very worried and concerned about him. So now that he is here, now that he is well enough to attend full council meetings, I actually agree with Councillor Rush. I see no reason whatsoever that he shouldn't take his rightful place. Sure, he's missed a few weeks of engagements and I feel for him, I really, really do. And I feel for you, Mr. Mayor, as well. You missed 5 weeks of your mayoralty. However, we've all lost out here. We've all had to make sacrifices that we could never have imagined before. I know my daughter has been for 2 scans now and wasn't able to take her wife with her. So that's really sad. We've all had to make sacrifices because of COVID-19 and the lockdown. So the other point I'd like to make, Mr. Mayor, is that looking around the county, all the other chairmen have taken their rightful place. We've got several dual-hatted members on our council. They wear a district council hat and a county council hat. In fact, some have got 2 district council hats as well. And the chairman of the county council is going to take his rightful place at their AGM, I think at the end of June or July. In addition, Mr. Mayor, the High Sheriff of Lincolnshire was appointed via FaceTime. Now, they did have to go to court to get that passed, but passed it was, and that man has taken his rightful place. So powers far greater than us have managed to continue. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, my mouth's gone dry. offices far greater than ours, or that cover a much wider area, shall I say. I shouldn't say far greater, because our mayoralty is superb, but offices that cover a much larger area, that look after a much larger number of people, have managed to proceed. I personally think there's nefarious deeds afoot. I think there are ulterior motives, and I also have heard that this isn't really how Councillor Pickett wanted things to go, and this was presented to us at group leaders in one way, and then we heard it was actually done in another way. There's a lot of underhand stuff going on. I don't like it, Mr. Mayor. I don't see any reason to defer this. And if someone moves an amendment, well, I might move an amendment, yeah. If someone moves an amendment, I'll wait and see what other councillors think of it. But I think we should proceed with an AGM. I think we need to address the committee chairs and vice chairs. We need to sort out the dreadful matter that's been allowed to continue in that regard. And I think we should continue with an AGM at the end of August or into early September. And I'll finish there, Mr. Mayor. I would still like, though, I would like, whether Mrs. Bush agrees or not, 1.2 is wrong in our report. It's wrong. You can't get round it. It does not synergise with our constitution, and that needs to be sorted out tonight, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Dorian, thank you for your point of view. We've come closed. Is everything all right, Jamie?
Yes, all good, Mr. Mayor. All good, thank you.
Okay, everything is right so far. So we're going to move to Councillor Woodcock.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Councillor Woodcock, not Woodley.
Woodcock. Can you hear me? Share my webcam. Ah,
yes,
you can see.
I can hear you. Oh, hello, Councillor.
Yeah.
Yes.
In what, Mr. Mayor, in what has been said by Councillor Dorian, I support what she said. What she has said. I mean, rules are rules, and that's the way it should be, and it cannot be overlooked. That's all I have to say on this.
Thank you, Councillor Woodcock. Now we're going to go to Councillor Watson. Can we bring up, please, Councillor Watson?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Councillor Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have to concur with Councillors Dorian and Woodcock that despite the situation we find ourselves in with COVID-19, I can actually see quite a few reasons why things should continue as normal as they possibly can. After all, none of us really have had to leave our homes. The internet is a wonderful thing, and the technology is a wonderful thing. And I believe that the AGM should go ahead. That's really all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Thank you. Now I will move to Councillor Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took note of point 1.5 on page 22, which says that there was an option for the AGM to be held remotely or to defer a decision to hold the meeting until the current crisis ends and we could return to a normal format. Now, my view, as you well know, is that we should return to normal meetings as soon as possible, and that the social distancing measure of 2 meters should be put down to 1. However, so having said all that, I don't think a remote or virtual AGM it's not really appropriate for the dignity and ceremonial nature of the installation of a new mayor. plus the fact that obviously Councillor Pickett would have a slightly foreshortened or maybe majorly foreshortened mayoralty. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, I do have to say that you are doing a good job. I think you've done a very good job of raising the profile of the mayoralty. So in summary, I will support the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. And now I will go to Councillor Rush.
Point of explanation again, Mr. Mayor. I do hope that offence hasn't been taken by my inquiry. I was simply trying to make sure that what we were doing was abiding by the rules as they stand. And I also have great sympathy for Councillor Pickett in his dilemma. I have no, Councillor Noble seems to insinuate that I have some problem with yourself. You know very well that you and I have been very good friends for the years that we've known each other. And there is no hint of that in my inquiry. So it was really a point of order based, when I made it, based on the righteousness of what we're doing. Nothing more than that, nothing sinister. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Much appreciated your honesty. Now we go to Councillor Goodale.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're doing a lot of concurring this evening. I do concur with a lot of what other members have said, although I fully appreciate that the civic part of the mayoralty changeover, if you like, the mayor making the civic service and everything, I don't see why that can't be held at a later date. The actual change of office, I don't see why it can't be held remotely or any because just to change the office is the same as no different to changing a chairman as such. But the fact that we have the civic side, which I think can be held at a later date, and I see no reason why it shouldn't be. But I'm happy to go along with whatever's decided, obviously. But I do support the September meeting of review of the appointments of chairs and the appointments to committees being reviewed. So I'll leave the other mayor making part to other members, but I can see no reason why it can't go ahead with the AGM and the actual civic reception, if you like, or whatever you want to call it, be held when the regulations allow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Goodale. If I may just come in, just to give a few glimpses of the mayoral duties in our days now. Since I've been elected as a mayor last year, the 20th of May, believe you me, it's not a very easy job now if you don't have a driver and you don't have somebody who goes with you. Luckily, I am young, I'm still fit, I can do these jobs. And I was sympathizing with Councillor Frank, and I did talk to him about it. I said, it's a very hard job because sometimes you have to attend places and you have to come back at night, 11 o'clock at night, maybe midnight. So it is a bit difficult. And I didn't do my full year, and he will not do his full year, which is, that's, you know, for me, will it stands. But it's still, it's mayoral duties, and we represent Boston, and we should try our best to do that. Thank you. Do we have any other?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I have a point of personal explanation, please.
Councillor Noble, go ahead, Councillor. Can you bring me Councillor Robert, please, Jamie? Yes,
thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
Councillor Rush has just said in his statement that I have suggested he has a personal problem with you. I don't know where that's come from. I've never made any such comment whatsoever. So I take grave exception to that gross inaccuracy.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. I haven't got a problem with any one of other councillors. I think I try to work with everyone. Anyway, we should move on. Do we have any other speakers requesting via the chat facility, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do. We have two speakers, Councillor Judith Skinner and Councillor Tom Ashton. Councillor Judith Skinner to speak first, please.
Thank you. Councillor Judith Skinner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just say that as a former mayor, the ceremonial part and all the engagements are an important part of the mayoralty for the mayor to experience. And to deny Councillor Pickett this would be very, very unfair at this time. I think the recommendations made in this report are the fairest ones possible, considering the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Judith Skinner. Councillor Tom Ashton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, some of the comments that I've heard on what is a very straightforward item, a very standard item that follows a pattern that other councils, not all of them I agree, but some other councils have indeed chosen to follow, in deferring their annual general meeting and allowing their chairman or mayors and civic officers to run on for another year. I must say there's an awful lot of it which seems to be quite a lot of venom dressed up in disingenuous sympathy for Councillor Pickett. I won't speak for Councillor Pickett, but it seems something of an insult to him to be speaking in this way. I look forward, Mr. Mayor, to you continuing for the rest of this year in the fantastic job that you're doing. And then I look forward to Councillor Pickett being able to enjoy, in his term, a full mayoral year, recognising the fact that Councillor Pickett has served this council on and off since 2006, and that he should enjoy his mayoral year for a full year to take full advantage and full enjoyment of the civic privileges that that year brings, and allow us to have a proper handover that is befitting the dignity of our borough council at mayor making in 2021. And I think to suggest anything else is to try and find problems and find fault where none genuinely exists.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. And if there are no more speakers, I will ask Councillor Skinner to sum up.
Mr. Mayor, my apologies. Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
We do have one further speaker. Councillor Evans would like to speak, please, and then Councillor Welton would like the right to return back to committee after Councillor Evans has spoken. Thank you.
Councillor Rush has been indicating for some time, Mr. Mayor, as well.
Not on chat.
Just give us time. I was going to ask Karen. Yes, Councillor Evans.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor. I can't work out what the situation is, what people are worrying about the Councillor Frank Pickett, because I think we've got to think about his safety here. I believe he's been shielding, so I believe he's very safe to be at home doing this, and I think he's going to be a wonderful mayor. But you do go to a lot of care homes, you do go to the hospices, and you do go to places that at the moment aren't safe and may not be safe when you first return to your mayoral duties. And so I think if you've got any underlying health issues, I would feel terrible if anything was to happen to Councillor Pickett. So if he is happy to become mayor next year, look at it again in September, I think it's a perfect solution so that he has a very enjoyable time as being mayor. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Can we have Councillor Rush?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've been very, very patient with me.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Rush has already spoken on this item.
Sorry? What
Yes,
has been?
That's what I was going to say. You already spoke on the item, and you cannot speak twice.
My apologies to Councillor Noble.
I do understand that, Councillor Rush, that you want to respond to Councillor Noble, but we cannot be, questioned and answered at this moment. But thank you very much for your patience. Thank you. I do believe that Councillor Welton wants to speak. Is that correct, Karen?
Yes, he had intended wanted to, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please. Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My feeling on this is very simple. being a mayor of any town or district is probably the highlight of somebody's career in politics. It is a great honour to represent a town, and to represent a town with a history and heritage that Boston has as the mayor is absolutely amazing. What I think, and everything I've wanted to say has already been said, but I want to add one thing. In years to come, when you are asked, Mr. Mayor, what did you do when you were the mayor? You will be able to give a whole list of all the wonderful things that you've done, all the people that you've inspired, and what you've done for this town. If we install a new mayor at this stage, Councillor Pickett would be asked in years to come, what did you do, Grandad, when you were a mayor? Or what did you do, Frank, when you were the mayor? And he would be able to turn around and say, I chaired a few council meetings. That is not befitting of a year as the mayor. So I think what we've got in front of us is a very simple solution. We continue as we are. And then when it's not just about safety, but when we're in a position where the mayor can act and behave and do all the wonderful things that a mayor does, then that is the time for us to do that. And deferring this until next year is a fine, fair thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. I tell you, I will answer probably your question as a challenge. My aim is to challenge myself to raise for my charities £10,000. Up to February, beginning of March, I raised more than half of that. And I'm looking forward to raise more money for our charities in this town. And that's my challenge. Thank you. Everybody has spoken. Now, I will now move to the vote. This will be taken by roll call. Lorraine will call out your name and you should respond for, against, or abstain. Thank you, Lorraine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we haven't given Councillor Skinner the opportunity to sum up.
Ah, pardon. Sorry about that, Councillor Skinner. It's the second time I forgot about you. It's not done on purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll put my webcam back on so you can have me as well. There you go. I'm quite happy to move the recommendations as they stand. Quite frankly, there's been a lot of things mentioned, and I think to damage our mayoralty, we don't have a chairman in Boston. We have a mayor. A mayor, we're on 475, 475th. You know, we need to maintain our tradition. We need to be proud of what we've done. This paper is very quiet and clear that we can have another meeting to discuss the chairman, constitution of the committees and all of the outside bodies. We can do that in September, and that I've listened to the group leaders, and indeed that's what this paper is about, nothing more. So I'm quite happy to move it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. And now we move to the vote. This will be taken by roll call. Lorraine will call out your name.
I'd like to move an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Dorian. Can you bring Councillor Dorian to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I've listened to all the debate, and if the number of engagements has reduced so significantly that there is nothing for Councillor Pickett to do, then I would like to move an amendment that both you and the Deputy Mayor forfeit your allowances, the mayoral allowances, not your councillor allowances, because you're not going to need them because you're not attending any functions. Now, I was going to propose that you forfeit them completely, but having listened to what you said about your charity, Mr. Mayor, I'm hugely encouraged by that. So I would like to move an amendment that both yours and the Deputy Mayor's allowances are diverted straight into your Mayor's charity. And I'd look for a seconder for that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Thank you, Councillor Dorian. But just to bear in mind, I had some of my own budget left, and it went back to the BBC. We didn't use it. That's for your knowledge.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Mayor. So now that we're starting a whole new year, you will have a whole new year of allowances that apparently you don't need. So I would like to suggest that, or move an amendment that they go straight to Mayor's charity.
Thank you. Yes, Karen.
Councillor Ashton would like to move a point of order, please, Mr. Mayor.
Before we go to Councillor Ashton, could I just interrupt, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
Lauren.
Councillor Dorrian's amendment isn't an amendment because it doesn't replace or alter words that are in the original recommendation. So that's a whole new recommendation, which isn't an amendment. So it's not acceptable as an amendment.
So it's not valid.
Oh, well, if you give me a moment, I'll word it then, Mr. Mayor.
Where we have 5 minutes, should we go back to Councillor Ashton? Yes, Councillor Ashton. Can you bring me Councillor Ashton on the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my point of order has been well covered by the Deputy Monitoring Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Are we having the time on our side, Lauren, for the reward?
I can do it, Mr. Mayor, if you want, if you bring me forward. Okay, so I would move an amendment then that recommendation 1 reads that the council determines not to hold the AGM in the municipal year for the mayor to continue in office into the AGM in May 21, and that the mayor's and deputy mayor's allowances are directed for that civic year to the mayor's charity.
I go back to the Deputy Monitoring Officer. Lauren, do you have any say about that?
No, that's adding words to a recommendation which is acceptable as an amendment. My only word of caution would be that we might need advice from the Section 151 officer as to whether that was a legal use of public funds.
And how can we get to that? We don't have the Section 151 with us.
We do.
Yes, can we get?
Mr. Julian is on the meeting.
Yes, can we get Mr. Paul Julian, please? Good evening, Paul. Good evening, Mr. Julian.
Evening, Mr. Mayor.
I seen you, Karen. I will get back to you as soon as Mr. Julian gets in. Yes, Julian, did you hear the question and the amendment of Councillor Dorian?
I did, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not aware of anything that wouldn't allow that to happen.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, I am not aware of anything that wouldn't allow the diversion of the allowance.
Okay. Yes, Karen?
Point of order from Councillor Judith Skinner, please, Mr. Mayor.
Can you bring Councillor Judith Skinner in, please? Yes, Councillor Skinner, Judith Skinner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As noble as the gesture is, I do think that the funds belong to the people of Boston, and surely it wouldn't be right to do that without asking them. That is my point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Now, Lauren, do we have to go to a seconder on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hastie has indicated on chat that he would like to second that amendment.
So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, I would like to second that motion, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hastie. Since we have the amendment, then we're going to go to the vote. Is that correct, Lauren?
Unless anybody wants to speak on the amendment, we can go to the vote on that amendment.
Is there any speakers who mentioned on the chat they want to speak, they wish to speak?
Not at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
So, should we
yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walton.
Mr. Mayor, it's David Brown.
Yes, Councillor Brown.
Can I have the amendment repeated, please?
Can we repeat the amendment, Lauren?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
It amends recommendation 1 on the report to say that the council determines not to hold the AGM in the municipal year 2020-21 and for the mayor to continue in office until the AGM May 2021, and that the mayor's and deputy mayor's allowances be redirected to the mayor's charities.
Is that, did you hear that?
Well, no, that's not clear. That's a double-parted argument. It means two different things.
But it is allowable under for an amendment because it's adding words, so that's acceptable as an amendment. If you don't agree with it, then obviously you vote against it.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine.
Anybody wishing to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Noble would like to speak, please.
Can you bring Councillor Noble to the screen, please? Yes, Councillor Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. It's not the fault of Councillor Danny that he can't fill his duties as normal at the moment. We can lay the blame for that as central government, and who's not to know that in the very near future he will be able to resume his normal duties. So I don't see why he should be financially penalised when he's very likely in the very near future to be continuing the very good job he's already been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Just to add on that, I still do my activities as a mayor around the town, which is I don't charge any expenses on it. On Monday, I will be going to the Pilgrim Hospital to hand them a large photo saying thank you to the NHS, paid by myself and another person, which is not from the council, is a member from another community.
Mr. Mayor, we have a request on chat, please, from Councillor Ashton. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Councillor Ashton. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say I have never heard or come across a motion or an amendment to a motion which amounts to such an utter unadulterated disgrace. To suggest a motion while the mayor is in the chair, while the deputy mayor is in the chamber, to strip both the mayor and deputy mayor of their allowances for a year. What Toy Town councillors do some of our members genuinely think they are. This motion deserves to be voted down thoroughly, and I hope members will reflect on their vote very seriously as to what this kind of behaviour looks like to the rest of the world.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Is there any other speakers, please?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
So if we don't have any...
I'd like to speak on the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
I had put my name down as well.
Well, Councillor Rush, we have Councillor Rush and Councillor Dorian want to come back. Is that correct?
I'm not coming back. You can't speak on the amendment until it's been seconded. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bush? I've not spoken on the amendment yet.
I just thought I heard your voice because you have a seconder already. So we have Councillor Rush who want to speak on the amendment. Is that correct?
And then I want to speak on it.
No, I will leave it open for another speaker.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we do have another registered speaker. Councillor Goodale has asked to speak. Thank you.
Please, Councillor Goodale, can you bring me Councillor Goodale to the screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we started at the beginning of this meeting. We always said about civility and all that sort of thing. I do find Councillor Ashton's comments slightly obnoxious, to be fair. I have no axe to grind with anybody losing their allowances on this, or them going to charities. My understanding of the mayor's allowances is that all unspent allowances go back to the borough council. So if your duties are not being, or if you're not using the allowances to perform your duties, then surely the allowances will be going back to the borough council anyway. And I appreciate this is a matter for the council whether they want to give money to the mayor's charities, but surely that can be done at the end of the mayoralty when any unspent allowances are known. Because, as I say, my understanding is it all goes back to the council's coffers anyway, and is not necessarily there for just running your automobile, shall we say. So if that could be clarified, Mr. Mayor, then I don't really see the need to pursue this anymore until the end of the term, and then whatever's left, the council can decide. At the minute, there seems to be an anonymous sort of amount that we're being asked to propose. I don't really see how we can actually give away or ask you to forfeit the whole year's allowances if indeed you will be undertaking your full duties within the near future. So although I have sympathy with the motion, it seems to me to be slightly early and should be one which we look at again coming nearer the end of your term, if it is indeed going to proceed for another year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Goodale. As I stated to Councillor Dorian, most of my budget and what was left of it, we put it in the coffers of the BBC. It went back to the community, so we didn't use it. Anyway, Karen, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woodcock would like to speak, please. Thank you.
Can you bring me Councillor Woodcock, please, on the screen? Thank you. Councillor Woodcock, yes. I can't hear you, Councillor Woodcock.
Councillor Woodcock, you are currently self-muted. Councillor Woodcock, you still are remained as self-muted.
Well, that's not okay. Right, thank you. Right, can you hear me now?
Yes, Councillor Woodcock, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I take it you are a very honourable man, and I think that we all know that. I think the motion, I think, has merit because you may or may not know, but there are already councillors within the chamber who have already donated significant amounts of their council monies to good causes. For example, food to people who are finding things very struggling. They really are struggling in this town, and some members have made donations from their money to it. I think that the Councillor Ashton's harsh raking of Councillor Dorian is out of order. I think you are an honourable man, sir, and you do what you want with your monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodcock. As I stated, whatever was left from the budget, because we didn't do the duties until January, it went back to the coffers of the BBC. Thank you. Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Anne Dorian would like to speak on the amendment, please, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Dorian.
Are you going to bring me forward, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, they're going to bring you. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, I've come back on to speak on the amendment. First of all, just to take issue with Councillor Tom Ashton's comments. He kind of rode in here from East Lindsey District Council on his high horse, and he's not got off it since the start of the meeting. First of all, he accuses councillors who've sympathised with Councillor Pickett's ill health as being disingenuous. And then he goes on to say that we are toy town councillors for wishing to give unspent monies to charity. Well, how dare you, sir? How dare you? Those comments were uncalled for and very unjustified, and I will expect an apology from you in due course. I have listened to the debate, Mr. Mayor, and as you know, I am one of those councillors that listens to debate carefully and come with an open mind. So based on what Councillor Goodale suggested, I am going to withdraw my amendment if Councillor Hastie agrees. And I'll just leave you with the thought, Mr. Mayor, that any unspent monies perhaps are revisited rather than go back to the council coffers, perhaps do go to your charities. And if we as a council can make that decision, perhaps you bring that forward to a full council later on in the year.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. I will keep you there. Can you keep for me, Councillor Dorian, because I want to talk to her face to face. I can assure you that I did try to put it in the coffers of my charities, whatever was left from my budget, but the law doesn't allow that. It has to go back to Boston. And I tried it before, I think 2 months ago. So don't worry about the charities. I try my best. But
then we're very much on the same page, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dorian. Now, Lauren, should we move now to the vote?
Yeah, if I can just confirm that Councillor Hastie is willing to withdraw the motion as well.
Yes.
Yeah, willing to withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hastie. Yes, we can now move to the vote on the substantive motion, which was the recommendations as set out in the report proposed by Councillor Skinner and seconded by Councillor Welton.
Yes, thank you, Lauren. So we go to the vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Tracy Abbott.
For.
Councillor Tom Ashton.
For.
Councillor Alison Austin.
For.
Councillor Richard Austin.
I am for.
Councillor Peter Bedford.
For.
Councillor Alan Bell.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Michael Cooper.
For.
Councillor George Corner.
For.
Councillor Anton Danny, Mr. Mayor.
For.
Councillor Ann Dorian.
Against.
Councillor Vivienne Edge.
For.
Councillor Deborah Evans.
For.
Councillor Paul Goodale.
Against.
Councillor Martin Griggs.
For.
Councillor Neil Hastie.
Against.
Councillor Martin Howard.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Noble.
For.
Councillor Frank Pickett.
For.
Councillor Brian Rush.
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner.
For.
Councillor Paul Skinner.
For.
Councillor Chelsea Sharman.
For.
Councillor Aaron Spencer.
For.
Councillor Yvonne Stevens.
For.
Councillor Peter Watson.
For.
Councillor Judith Wellborn.
For.
Councillor Nigel Welton. Councillor Welton.
For.
Councillor Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Woodliff.
For.
That's clearly carried, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Thank you. We now move to the next agenda item, extension of 6-month attendance rule, which I will ask the monitoring officer to introduce. Good evening, Michelle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. As members are aware, there is a rule within the Local Government Act 1972 whereby if a member has not attended a council meeting for a 6-month consecutive period, they are automatically disqualified by virtue of being a member of the council. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval for an extension of that 6-month period by a further 3 months. So this would mean that members could not, if they did not attend a meeting within a 9-month period, they would not be suspended until the expiration of that 9-month period. The reason for this is due to the complexity of COVID-19 with the frequency of council meetings being affected, and not all members may be able to attend meetings. Notwithstanding, there is no formal requirement for there to be a video conference. The attendance by a telephone connection is sufficient for the purpose of the regulations,
the updated regulations affecting virtual meetings. Therefore, this is the reason for the report to come before members. The proposal is the extension of the 6-month period by 3 months, and thereafter any further requests for a dispensation to be delegated to myself in consultation with the group leaders on a case-by-case situation. Many thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michelle Sachs. Thank you very much. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The report's fairly clear, and why it came forward is quite clear. But as the monitoring officer has clearly pointed out, the reasons for this coming here have probably gone now. So in order to do that, I'm going to move the following recommendations. The first one is to approve the dispensation for members to agree an extension to the 6-month attendance rule in section 18.5 of the Local Government Act 1972. And instead of 2 that's as printed, I'm going to go to put it as to ask that any requested dispensations are discussed by the group leaders in consultation with the monitoring officer to make full use of the usual procedures for considering an extension in advance of the expiry period contained within section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. And I so far, I will move that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Walton.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. Now I have 6 councillors who wish to speak, and I will call them in order. Councillor Dorian, would you like please to come? Can you bring me Councillor Dorian on the screen, please, Jamie?
Mr. Mayor, I'd much rather another councillor went before me. I'd like to listen to the debate if you don't mind. If you call the rest of the people on the list, please.
No worries, Councillor Dorian. We come back to you later. Thank you. Councillor Wood, you're welcome. Can you bring me Councillor Woodcock, please?
This dirty thing. And are we here? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, success at last. My views are, I'll just go with the amendment. No further comment on this one at all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woodcock. Now I will call for Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's get my webcam. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to go with the amendment, but I would like to say that part of me still feels what I said earlier about it's actually almost easier to attend meetings with the technology that we have, and those who don't have the technology to be able to attend these meetings can also attend by telephone if necessary. But that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Thank you. And now we'll go to Councillor Noble. Can you bring me Councillor Noble, please, on the screen? Yes, Councillor Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's no need for a 3-month extension to the 6-month attendance rule. The fact is, virtual meetings are recognised as actual or normal meetings. We've just heard from the monitoring officer that telephonic communication is also permitted. All members have a council laptop with which enables them to participate in virtual meetings, and we are getting back to normal, if you like, in that we are starting to have more meetings, whether it be scrutiny or A&G. So there's absolutely no need whatever for a 3-month extension. So I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noble. Karen, yes.
Thank you. I have Councillor Austin asking to make a point of order. It doesn't identify which Councillor Austin, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Is it Alison Austin, Councillor Alison Austin?
Yes, it's
Yes.
me.
My guess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I being stupid? But we haven't had an amendment. So how in the world can we people have supported it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Or if we have got one, then what do we do? What is it?
Should I ask Councillor Skinner to read the amendment once again for you, Councillor Austin? Can you bring me Councillor Austin back on the screen, please? Or please, Councillor Skinner, go ahead.
Yes,
And
just to clarify that, it's just lost with messing around with the camera. I just lost track there. There is no amendment. It is a substantive motion because I've amended it on the hoof, as it were. So that is the motion is the motion, and I've brought it up to date. So you're quite astute there, Alison. You weren't sleeping there at all. You're absolutely right. What I've done is to save time. Is the motion is the amended motion. Thank you very much.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Austin?
I think so, but I think it might help if all members had that perhaps read out to them if it's not what is on their meeting papers in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin, for your point. That's very good. I will move to Councillor Noble. Have you spoken?
I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
You have. Councillor Rush. Can you bring me Councillor Rush on the screen, please?
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor Rush, but I cannot see you. But they're gonna put you back on the screen. Just give us some few seconds. Thank you, Jamie. Can I have Councillor?
If you can hear me, Mr. Mayor, that's enough for me, really. And I'm quite happy to go along with the motion.
But it's nice to see you as well. Okay, if you are quite happy, that's very good.
That's
so
better.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. We move to Councillor Goodale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, quite happy to go along with the amendment or substantive motion as it is now. But I do think it's worth remembering that when we actually agreed to this, that we were actually looking at reduced membership of online meetings, which would have made it impossible for some members to have attended. But in light of the way we're working now, it does seem to be somewhat obsolete. So I fully agree with the motion moved by the Leader of the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Goodale. Karen, yes.
Yes, we have a request, Mr. Mayor. Could Councillor Skinner please reread the motion in full? Thank you.
Of course. I'm sorry about that, Councillor Skinner, but would you come back, please, and read the amendment again?
After that very nice invite, Mr. Mayor, I'm afraid I'll have to come back. The recommendations were, number one was the same as the paper, to approve a dispensation for all members to agree to an extension to the 6-month attendance rule in section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. So that is, we are letting people apply for an extension. Point two was to ask that any requested dispensations, as discussed by the group leaders in consultation with the monitoring officer, to make full use of the usual procedures for considering an extension in advance of the expiry period contained within section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner, and thank you for your effort. Thank you. Is there anybody on the chat?
Nobody wishing to speak, Mr. Mayor. I have just contacted Councillor Welton to see if he wishes the right to reserve to come back to speak, but I've not heard back from him. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Welton.
He doesn't wish to come back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further speakers.
He doesn't wish to come back, yeah?
No, that's correct, sir.
That's perfect. Then if everybody has spoken and we don't have any more speakers.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
shall I sum
Mayor,
up?
Dorian,
Yes, sir.
Councillor Dorian hasn't spoken yet. She has to be
That's
put later.
correct. Yes, I note her as the last speaker. Yes, Councillor Dorian.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate your indulgence there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to very, very reluctantly go along with this. When we first looked at this as group leaders, we had no idea of how the pandemic was going to unfold. We had no real idea of how it would impact local government and our duties as councillors. So we're in a very different landscape now, and actually I'm pleased that we hopefully won't need this. I will just say that in my view, we perhaps need to do more work around those councillors who do very little work in the ward. And I know that that's not anything to do with you, Mr. Mayor. I know you're a very active councillor in your ward, but there are some councillors I feel let the side down. And I think if we were able to do a little bit more work around that and put as much effort into that and getting those councillors to pull, pick up the slack, as it were, I would be a lot happier. So I will reluctantly support the amendment, but going forward, Councillor Paul Skinner, if you ever bring out such a long amendment like that again, please have the courtesy of emailing it out to councillors beforehand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. I do believe in the unity, and if the all councillors are united, we can produce a better job. We should be able to deliver then, but it's up to the councillors what they do in their wards, and we can't do anything. And we hope that if anybody needs help, please ask for help, and we will be able to help you and deliver with you. Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I would just like to sum up. I mean, whereupon provisions already exist for the councils to grant dispensation to the 6 months rule where there are genuine, reasonable and unavoidable reasons for absence of an elected member. That's normally down to ill health. So therefore, it is very reasonable to add this genuine IT malfunction, etc., to prevent a member joining to an electronic meeting. And I think it's only right that we do that to protect our members. Thank you very much. I therefore move the motion.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move to the vote. And the vote, as stated before, it will be taken by roll call. Lauren will call out your name and you should respond for, against or abstain. Please, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tracy Abbott.
For.
Councillor Tom Ashton.
For.
Councillor Alison Austin.
For.
Councillor Richard Austin.
For.
Councillor Peter Bedford.
For.
Councillor Alan Bell.
For.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Michael Cooper.
For.
Councillor George Corner.
For.
Councillor Anton Danny, Mr. Mayor.
For.
Councillor Ann Dorian.
For.
Councillor Vivian Edge.
For.
Councillor Deborah Evans.
For.
Councillor Paul Goodale.
For.
Councillor Martin Griggs.
For.
Councillor Neil Hastie.
For.
Councillor Martin Howard.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Noble.
For.
Councillor Frank Pickett.
For.
Councillor Brian Rush.
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner.
For.
Councillor Paul Skinner.
For.
Councillor Chelsea Sharman.
For.
Councillor Aaron Spencer.
For.
Councillor Yvonne Stevens.
For.
Councillor Peter Watson.
For.
Councillor Judith Wellborn.
For.
Councillor Nigel Welton.
For.
Councillor Colin Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Stephen Woodliff.
For.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Okay, since we are done now. Yes, Karen. Yes, Karen. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
We have a request through, Chairman, if it's possible to take a 5-minute comfort break.
Yes, if some members wish to have a 5-minute break, yes, I will allow that. Bear in mind when we come, yes, comfort break for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Pleasure is mine.
Mr. Mayor, just for information, the statutory officers are now leaving the meeting as they've declared their interest.
And that's the Chief Executive, the Monitoring Officer, and Section 1.5 Officer, yeah?
It is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, for a comfort break, would you wish all webcams to be off and microphones muted?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
For the benefit of the audience, the screen will now be black. This will remain the case for the next 5 minutes while a comfort break takes place. Mayor Danny, we have your request for your camera.
Thank you, Jamie.
A brief reminder to councillors, can you only bring yourself to screen when asked to do so by the Mayor and the Chair?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you may proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Jamie. I hope that everybody is back. Is everybody back, Jamie?
Yes, that I can see, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can you bring me Lauren Bush to the screen, our Deputy Monitor Officer, please? Lauren, I will ask you, do we have to state now if we would like to extend the meeting because it's 9:30, it's 8:30, and we have 3 hours to 9:30, we may go long after that.
You can do that now, Mr. Mayor, if you expect the meeting to go past 9:30, yes.
Well, just as a precaution, it's better to be ready than be sorry.
Okay, so it would need to be moved and seconded, please.
Yes, if I can move to extend the meeting beyond 3 hours. Can anybody second me, please?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Does everybody agree?
I'll need to do a vote, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
We're now voting whether to extend the meeting past the 3 hour limit. If you could vote in favour, against or abstain. Councillor Abbott?
Agree.
Councillor Ashton?
For.
Councillor Alison Austin?
Agree.
Councillor Richard Austin?
Agree.
Councillor Bedford?
Agreed.
Councillor Bell?
Agreed.
Councillor Brown?
Muted. Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper?
Agreed.
Councillor Corner?
Agreed.
Councillor Danny, Mr. Mayor, obviously you vote. Yep.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Councillor Dorian?
Agree.
Thank you. Councillor Edge? Councillor Edge? Councillor Edge, are you there? I'll come back to Councillor Edge, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Evans?
Agreed.
Councillor Goodale?
Agreed.
Councillor Griggs?
Agreed.
Councillor Hosty?
Agreed.
Councillor Howard?
Agreed.
Councillor Noble?
Agree.
Councillor Pickett?
Agreed.
Councillor Rush?
Agreed.
Councillor Judith Skinner?
Agreed.
Councillor Paul Skinner?
Agreed.
Councillor Sharman?
Agreed.
Councillor Spencer?
Against.
Councillor Stevens? Sorry, Councillor Stevens?
Agreed.
Councillor Watson?
Agreed.
Councillor Wellborn?
Agreed.
Councillor Welton?
Agreed.
Councillor Woodcock?
Agreed.
Councillor Woodliff?
Agreed.
I'll just go back to Councillor Edge. Councillor Edge, are you there? Councillor Edge? I think we'll have to leave Councillor Edge, Mr Mayor, but the resolution to continue is clearly carried.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Thank you for your patience with Councillor Edge. Thank you. Now we have the most important part of the agenda, and we now move to the final agenda item. Boston Borough Council and East Lindsey District Council Strategic Alliance, which I will ask Councillor Nigel Walton to introduce. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. I'm not intending to read this report this evening. It's already been through Cabinet in great detail, and it's also been through scrutiny in great detail. And from my understanding, every single member of this council has gone through this report in fine detail. What I will do, however, is to cover some salient points that I feel are important to this alignment. What this genuinely does, it allows both councils to continue with their constitutions, their democracy, and their councils. And that means that we will continue with our council and East Lindsey will continue with their council. What the difference would mean is that we would be using one staff force to service both councils. That would give us greater resources, and it would give East Lindsey greater resources. And people would say, well, how could both people have extra resources? If both of you have extra resources, then one of you must suffer. That's not the case. We look at our teams, and we have small teams because we're both quite small councils, and we don't have the individual experiences and specialist staff that some big councils have. So, for example, in our council, we might have a team of 2 or 3 people servicing a specific area. In a very large council, they might have 22 people to do that. The more people you have dealing with one situation, the better your resources are, the better the experience, the better qualifications that you have from individual people. So if you have a team of 2 people, that's 2 people and their life experiences. If you're taking your resources from a pool of 22 people, you're going to have 22 people that will have greater experience and knowledge in their field. During some of the staff briefings that have happened, the excitement that I've picked up from staff to work together and work closer together is very warming, and the positivity from the staff has been outstanding. We have staff that live in East Lindsey. East Lindsey have staff that live in Boston, and that will allow them to work in both areas. A huge proportion of the people that live in East Lindsey live within 10 miles of Boston. And that just shows that Boston is bigger than our boundary. Going forward, we look at the future of our town. East Lindsey are looking at the future of their town and their area and their towns, not town. And as elected members of this council, we shouldn't be looking at today or tomorrow. We should be looking for the future. And this isn't about when I'm still a councillor, or even you, Mr. Mayor. You're younger than me. You might be here a lot longer than me. But there are going to be councillors in the future that will come onto this council. And if we don't do what's right, they will be saying, what did they do when they were here? This debate started 13 years ago, not with East Lindsey, but with a different council, and that didn't happen. And we have to look back at that and think, excuse me, we look back at that and we will think, how much could we have saved in the last 13 years? How much better would our town be over the last 13 years? What extra resources could we have brought to the council? Now, when we look at this on a national basis, when we go to national government and other agencies for money and for investment and for other things, We're doing it because we're looking at our boundary. We look at our boundary and we say, that's us, that's what we are, that's our bit, we need something for that. If we could go to central government as a joint approach, using both councils backing, taking that to central government and asking for money and grants and resources, then we're looking at a bigger picture. We would be going to government saying, look, we can work together, we're sharing services, we're efficient, we're not wasting money, but we need some help, we need some grants, we need to do better things for our area. We will get a better response in that way because we are showing that we're prudent and we are capable and competent in doing what we do as a council. The report sets out various details relating to how it all works. There's a memorandum in the appendices that is the contract that we would engage in with East Lindsey. And there has been a lot of discussions around this. And I will go through the timeline that I've been involved in this just to shake off any doubt that any impropriety may have gone on, or there's secret this or secret meetings here, there and everywhere. But on the 15th of May 2019, the former leader, Councillor Spencer, invited me to go with him to a meeting in East Lindsey. We had a very interesting meeting for about an hour and a half, where we explored the possibilities of working closer together. Our senior officers, chief executives, had 3 meetings in September, November and February this year, where this alliance was discussed at a senior officer level and how it could be, how the vision could be put onto paper. On the 4th of March, the leaders of both councils and the deputies of both councils met in Horncastle to discuss some finer points and put together a draft report, which is the precursor to the report we've got now. That report was finalised, details were changed to suit both sides, as negotiations are, and that report was finalised. In fact, on the Tuesday it was published in the Cabinet papers. That morning there were 2 points in the paper that were amended, because that's how the way the discussions go. So at the earliest opportunity, that report was put in the public domain. It's gone through the natural process, which is Cabinet and scrutiny, and now here tonight. The finances are set out in the appendices as well, and they are a prudent savings based on a year-on-year basis. The exit costs are that are in the report. I am 100% confident that the exit costs are well within that figure. We have sought independent financial advice from another authority, which is in the appendices, and we also sought legal advice, which again is in the appendices. We are at this moment in time at 8:45 on the 10th of June, a council that has its own staffing. Once this debate is gone, and there will be 2 outcomes. We will either be entering into an alliance with our neighbour and partner for the better of the town, or we won't. Now that is a scary position to be in for every one of us on this council, and that is highlighted recently by the letter that was sent to the Secretary of State by the leader of Lincolnshire County Council, requesting discussions on devolution. Devolution has many facets, and it could be good for this town, or it could be absolutely disastrous. As I mentioned to Councillor Austin at the beginning of this meeting, that I would do anything I possibly could to protect this town. Devolution could be 3 unitaries within Lincolnshire. It could be 1. So let's look at the worst case scenario, a single unitary across Lincolnshire. So that would start at the Humber in the north are going down to the Cambridgeshire border, just north of Peterborough. It would go from the A1 in the west to the coast in the east. Now, I've heard many councillors in this chamber discuss the amount of money that goes to Lincoln, and you've been a big advocate of that, Mr. Mayor, yourself, that it appears that the majority of our money leaves this borough and goes to Lincoln. That's because we collect it for them. We all know that. However, at the moment, we keep some of that money and we spend it locally. If we are in a Lincolnshire-wide unitary authority, all the money collected here will go into a central pot. And as I mentioned earlier, I do not want Boston to be a forgotten corner of Lincolnshire as a town that will just disappear. These discussions that we've had recently have been very important. It's about protecting our town. It's about protecting our finances, protecting our heritage, protecting our history, and giving us a future to look forward to. I'm not going to go on much longer because the majority of my group are probably sick and tired of hearing my voice on this, and I am looking forward to hearing the debate from the rest of the council. But I just want to finalise and add that going forward as a joint alliance gives us the opportunity to save money, share services, share staff, bring the best people into our area to work and the best people into East Lindsey to work. It gives us a bigger voice county-wise, it gives us a bigger voice nationally, and puts us on the map as a council that can work with other people, that can discuss with other people, that can come up with solutions to problems and not just sit there and wait for the world to take over. We're ready, Mr. Mayor, as a council. East Lindsey are ready, Mr. Mayor, as a council, and we're ready together to go forward and protect our town, protect our heritage, protect our future, take this forward as a partner with our neighbour. And I'll come to that point now, and I will move the recommendations in full, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important to do so and not to just move them as read. So I will read the recommendations so that everybody is 100% clear, and not just for the members in this session tonight, but for every member of the public as well, to see what these recommendations mean. So recommendation 1 is to agree to enter into a strategic alliance for the purposes set out in section 1.12 of this report, effective from the 1st of July 2020, for the purposes and under the terms described in this report and set out particularly in the draft memorandum of attachment of agreement attached to it. Recommendation 2, that the strategic alliance will be supported by a single merged workforce. This will be overseen and implemented by the Joint Chief Executive / Head of Paid Service. Number 3, that the savings of £15.4 million, that will be split between Boston Borough Council £5.1 million and East Lindsey District Council of £10.3 million. This is identified in the financial business case and built into the medium-term financial plan. Number 4, that Robert Barlow becomes Joint Chief Executive, Head of Paid Service of East Lindsey District Council and Boston Borough Council. East Lindsey District Council shall formally employ Mr. Barlow, who shall, for the purpose of facilitating the strategic alliance, be seconded to Boston Borough Council as Chief Executive and Head of Paid Service under Section 113 of the Local Government Act 1972. This again is effective from the 1st of July 2020. Thereafter, East Lindsey District Council will contribute 67% of the cost of Mr. Barlow's remuneration, and we, Boston Borough Council, will only contribute 33% of the same. Therefore, consultations should commence immediately. Recommendation number 5, that Michelle Sachs becomes Joint Monitoring Officer of East Lindsey District Council and Boston Borough Council. Boston Borough Council shall formally employ Mrs. Sachs, who shall, for the purpose of facilitating the strategic alliance, be seconded to East Lindsey District Council as monitoring officer under Section 113 of the Local Government Act 1972. This again is effective from the 1st of July 2020. Thereafter, East Lindsey District Council will contribute 67% of the cost of Mrs. Sachs' remuneration, and Boston Borough Council will contribute 33% of the same. Consultation should commence immediately. Recommendation 6, that Paul Julian becomes joint Section 151 officer of East Lindsey District Council and Boston Borough Council. Boston Borough Council shall formally employ Mr. Julian, who shall, for the purpose of facilitating the strategic alliance, be seconded to East Lindsey District Council as Section 151 officer under Section 113 of the Local Government Act 1972, effective 1st of July 2020. Thereafter, East Lindsey District Council will contribute 67% of the cost of Mr. Julian's remuneration, and Boston Borough Council will contribute 33% of the same. Consultation should commence immediately. Excuse me. Recommendation 7, that Michelle Sachs be appointed as returning officer and electoral registration officer for Boston Borough Council. And the final recommendation, that the exit costs are charged to the reorganisation budget shown in the financial business case. The cost of the departing statutory officers shall be met by both authorities, with East Lindsey District Council contributing 67% of this cost, and Boston Borough Council contributing 33%. The operation of the strategic alliance, and as modelled in the financial business plan, consultation with both officers should commence immediately to start redundancy proceedings. And I formally move them recommendations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. Thank you. Now, do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This paper, in my view, is a very positive and way forward for us in testing times. Partnerships, alliances, and indeed cooperatives are very positive, well-proven methods of maximising opportunity. I can confirm that the legal and financial independent diligence reports are deliverable. Obviously, through employment law and the fact that this has not been ratified, I'm unable to share certain things with members, and actually it is very inappropriate of them to ask. By way of explanation of whether Mr. Drury is right or whether I'm right, I will just point members to page 29, agenda item 4, report author says joint strategic officer. And by way of explanation, if you look at page 77 that was given from Broadland, you will also find the answer there. I second this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Now we're going to move to the debate, and we're going to move for the speakers. As I have here in order, I have Councillor Woodliff. Would you like to come to the screen, please? Hello, Councillor Woodliff. I cannot hear you, Councillor.
You're currently muted.
I can't hear you. Check your microphone on the right side of your screen. I can't hear you, Councillor Woodliff. The assistant
That's
is
all right. I think I'm there now. It's okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's good.
Okay, I'm here now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wonder, first of all, because I've got a report from the CNC committee meeting. Now, is that to be read? A part of my 5 minutes, or is that just to be dispensed with as a report? Yeah. Lorraine said it's best time to introduce the amendment, and somebody around the amendment if you want one, when you're giving a CNC report at the beginning of the debate. So I have a CNC report. It's very brief. Do you want me to read it?
Mr. Mayor, if I may
Yes.
interrupt.
Yes.
Councillor, the recommendations from CNC have been circulated to all members, so they are aware of the recommendations. If you want to mention them during your 5 minutes, but it will just be your 5 minutes for everything.
Is that right, Councillor?
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
All right, I'll start and say, first of all, I want to thank all the elected members who took part in the scrutiny committee on the 4th of June. And I must also thank the officers who made it possible for that to take place, because they did a brilliant job. There was a recommendation to full council from that particular scrutiny committee, but I'm not going to read that because, as Lorraine says, everybody's got a copy of it.
Yes, it has been circulated.
Yep. Carry on.
Go on.
Thank you. We have, I have an amendment, of course, to offer. Do you want to take that now? Or do you want me to?
Well, it's up to you, Councillor Woodliff. Would you like to leave it at the end and then we listen to all the councillors while they're speaking, or you want to put your amendment forward? It's up to you.
Well, according to Lorraine, the best time to introduce this amendment is when I'm giving her my report at the beginning of the debate. So I'm going to follow her instructions. Can't go wrong then, can I?
No, you can.
No, I can't go wrong. All right, this is a recommendation. This is an amendment to the substantive motion provided by the administration. And the amendment is to agree to begin a 6-month consultation period on forming a strategic alliance with East Lindsey District Council for the purposes set out in this report, involving elected members, staff, scrutiny committees, and any appropriate bodies before the final proposal is returned to full council with appropriate amendment of dates. There are to be no staff appointments until they are approved by full council. Now, I think that Lorraine has got a copy of that. Lorraine?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a copy of that.
You have a copy of it, right?
Yes.
So I presented the amendment, all right, to the motion presented by by Councillor Welton and Councillor Skinner. We have an amendment. I now have to have a seconder, don't I?
Yes, Councillor Woodliff, we're going to ask for a seconder. Is anybody wishing to second the amendment of Councillor Woodliff?
I would like to second it.
Is that Councillor Richard Austin?
It is Richard Austin. I would like to second it and reserve my right to debate later.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Yes, Karen?
I have a point of order from Councillor Tom Ashton, please, Mr. Mayor.
All right, point of order from Councillor Tom Ashton. Tom Ashton, please, can you come to the screen? Councillor Ashton. Yes, Councillor Ashton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a point of order and draw your attention, Mr. Mayor, to our Constitution at Part 4, 17.6 amendments to motions. An amendment to a motion must be relevant to the motion and will either be to refer the matter to an appropriate body or individual for consideration or reconsideration, to leave out words and add or insert others, or to insert or add words, as long as the effect of either leaving out words or adding or inserting words is not to negate the motion. And I would contest that the motion which has just been put, by its very nature, given that the other partner council in this arrangement is debating this and will come to a determination this evening, any amendment that we make which delays this motion or changes this motion or changes the terms of the motion as set out in the memorandum of understanding will have the effect of negating this motion that's before us. And my point of order is that on that basis, this amendment will negate the motion and therefore is not allowable. But I'm happy to take the advice of the Deputy Monitoring Officer on that point.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. We will seek the advice of our Deputy Monitoring Officer, Lauren Bush. Yes,
Thank you,
Maureen.
Mr. Mayor. If the motion was to be negated, it would be not to enter into the strategic alliance. This is an amendment to delay that process by 6 months, so it's not a negated motion.
So it can be carried out and we vote for it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other person who wish to speak on the amendment? Karen?
Mr. Mayor, we have a request. Could Councillor Woodliffe please reread the amendment clearly? Thank you.
Of course. Councillor Woodliffe, would you reread your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To agree to begin a 6-month consultation period on forming a strategic alliance with East Lindsey District Council for the purposes set out in this report, involving elected members, staff, scrutiny committees, and any appropriate bodies before the final proposal is returned to full council with appropriate amendment of dates. Full stop. There are to be no staff appointments until they are approved by full council. Lorraine has a copy of this, so she can circulate it, can't she?
Yes, Councillor Woodliffe. Thank you, Councillor Woodliffe. Is the amendment clear to all members of the council, elected members? If it's clear, is anybody wishing to speak? Yes, Karen? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Richard Austin would like to speak on the amendment, please.
Didn't he reserve to the... Yes, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have been cooperating. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Go ahead.
We have been cooperating with other districts in Lincolnshire for years. I'm the first to say that there's great merit in sharing our resources, and this needs to continue to be expanded. 4 weeks ago, on the 6th of May, the details of this proposal came to us out of the blue. This proposal was sold to us in the first place as being just one small step towards joint working. I think we have now established that it is not just one small step. It is a historic decision. No turning back is possible. We're asked to share officers, chief officers, merge departments, and to merge management. The cost of unravelling this arrangement would be too great to contemplate. It is a one-way street. So why the rush? Why virtually no consultation with the many parties involved? This is a classic case of marry in haste and repent at leisure. We are not in a crisis situation. If we are to have a sound arrangement, let us take time to get it right. This report has been written by East Lindsey officers. It is therefore has East Lindsey bias. East Lindsey are keen, very keen. It has not even been scrutinised by their councillors. They are trying to railroad their ideas through with undue haste. The central issue of a strategic alliance such as this is the quality and ability of the chief executive officer. This person needs to be strong, talented, and an inspirational leader. I had the privilege to serve on the Chief Executive Employment Panel about 3 weeks ago to confirm the appointment of Robert Barlow as our Joint Chief Executive Officer. I'm sorry to say that it turned out to be a farce. The meeting was not provided with a CV or a chance to interview him. In addition, all on the panel were horrified by the possible redundancy costs and risks of redundancy costs given by our People Services Manager. For legal reasons, this information cannot be made public, but I am sure all of you and the public would be equally horrified by these possible costs and the risks involved. These costs and risks are being completely played down in this report. The recommendation by the panel, therefore, was, as you were aware, that this appointment was not to be progressed, that exploratory discussions are held with other potential partners, that scrutiny is involved, and any future decisions involve consultation with elected members and residents. Any alliance of this nature wants to be a best fit for Boston. Our natural partner for this strategic alliance is in fact South Holland. Our geography, economy, population, interests, history and size are much better aligned. Furthermore, we have been there before. As you will know, we were together as Holland County Council until 1974, when we were merged into Lincolnshire County Council. If we are going to have a strategic alliance, let us debate whether it should be with South Holland or East Lindsey. In the next 6 months, this needs to be thoroughly explored. I think this would be a much better bet for Boston. Mr. Mayor, I commend this amendment to you. We need a proper 6-month period for proper consultation. If tonight members vote for the leaders' report, it will be a classic case.
That is your 5 minutes, Councillor Austin.
It will be a classic case of marry in haste, then repent at leisure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Yes, Karen, I'll be with you in a second, Karen. Just want to add something regarding the speech of Councillor Austin. And I'm not here in defense of Mr. Barlow, but as you know, you've been before me on the council, and we knew Mr. Barlow when he used to be the chief financial officer for Boston. So he was hired by Boston, and I think his CV should have been presented then, and councillors should know what's his ability. So I'm just coming in, I'm not defending him. So let's not say that we don't know him. We know him, he has worked for Boston. Thank you. Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The leader would like to come in and speak if possible, and Councillor Andorian would like to speak on the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so we have,
then you have your list of speakers.
Councillor Paul Skinner and Councillor Dorian. Okay, Councillor Skinner, please. Can you bring me Councillor Skinner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite frankly, somebody's already had 13 years to decide and then wants another 3 months on top. To be quite honest, if we don't sign this up, we'll be a laughing stock. Don't think you're going to go and get something with somebody else. And you know, I'm sorry, there's a lot of people looking at Boston saying they didn't make their mind up last time and not capable of doing this. So I would like, you know, this to go forward. Regarding 6 months, I've worked in organisations where the staff don't know whether they're going to have a job the next day. So to openly perpetuate a further 6 months of turmoil, I think it's totally irresponsible. Regarding the Chief Officers panel, the appropriate way forward, in my way, would have been the chairman to have stopped it, requested the CVs or interviews, not come up with a report that looks very similar to the output of Mr. Stephen Woodliffe's CNC report. In fact, if you look at the print, it's, apart from the 6 months, it's identical. To be honest, That's what I think, and I think they're being irresponsible, and obviously they don't see the bigger picture. They think they can burn reserves. You can only spend it once, and quite frankly, inappropriate. And also, I will back what Councillor Ashton says, because I don't think the other parties will wait 6 months. This negates the main issue, and I don't think it's legal or valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Can I get Councillor Dorian, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Crikey, can we just stop with the insults, please? Because we disagree, it doesn't mean we have to be disrespectful, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, you can't say that the opposition have been irresponsible when members of your own group have very serious concerns about this proposal. That's just not the way things are done. So I want to pick up on a couple of points, Mr. Mayor. First of all, about staffing. To suggest that we don't care about staff is just dreadful. I've been a lifelong trade unionist, and one of the things that grieves me about this report, Mr. Mayor, is that the trade unions have not been consulted in this matter. And indeed, members have had a copy of a letter from GMB, who are very, very upset at the lack of consultation. Similarly, I believe Unite or Unison, one of the other two big ones, haven't been consulted. So that being said, Mr. Mayor, I've got grave concerns. Now, I've done my homework, and I want to draw the council's attention to what can happen if you rush things, if you take things too quickly. And this is from a report from the South West Audit Partnership, who did an internal audit after a partnership between Taunton Deane Borough Council and West Somerset Council. They did what we're attempting to do, and they did it in a way that wasn't as rushed as us. They took a little bit longer, actually, and it was still a disaster. So this is what I want to read from that audit report. With a transformation programme as ambitious and complex as this, it is imperative that it is adequately planned and resourced, especially where it's been driven by a date for completion. Now, that's identical to us, Mr. Mayor. We have been driven by a date for completion, that date being the 1st of July. The auditors also said there was a high degree of uncertainty in the level of savings that could be delivered. That's just like us, Mr. Mayor, and I raise that at scrutiny, as you know, that the figures given in the report are not underpinned by a business case at all. So moving on, I'm highlighting these really important points, and I know I'm being timed by most of the Conservative group. What they also said was, without adequate planning,
that's the rules. Everyone has 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Taking this approach. Okay. Without adequate planning and monitoring, taking this approach can increase the risk of projects costing more. And indeed, that's what happened with this merger. It ended up costing £3 million more. Okay. And a lack of resource and the right resource is one of the most common reasons why organisational change fails. So, Mr. Mayor, this proposed alliance with ELDC has been done in complete secrecy. It's been concealed from us. Councillor Welton and Councillor Skinner have scuttled up the A16 under the cover of darkness, no doubt, so that nobody saw what they were doing. Now, Councillor Skinner has used the Local Government Act as a shield, stating that that prevented him from being more open with his council. Well, I asked him, I wrote to him and said, which part of the Local Government Act prevented you from sharing that information with... Mr. Mayor, did you ask me to stop?
I didn't. Carry on. Somebody wishing to speak.
Okay. I asked him to signpost me to that part of the Local Government Act, and he failed to respond. Sadly, that's not a surprise where Councillor Paul Skinner is concerned. Whenever I try and pin him down for information, he fails to respond. Now, the biggest bugbear, in addition to the lack of business case, is this pensions black hole. And it's there in your report for all to see. I raised it at scrutiny. I asked a question of Councillor Skinner and he could not answer. He laid the blame at Audit and Governance door. Is that time, Karen?
No,
Okay. Okay. And it's not Audit and Governance responsibility. The legal advice from Eversheds was to Councillor Skinner to say there is a pensions black hole, you need to cost it out, you need your elected members to know exactly what you're getting into, because if you don't, you run the risk of an audit trail later on catching you out, and you run the risk of ending up with a huge bill that you cannot pay.
That is
So,
your 5 minutes, Councillor Dorian. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'll finish there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Yes, Karen.
Councillor Paul Skinner would like to make a point of order, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Skinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Highly inaccurate as usual. The only reason I can't actually share anything is because these are employment details. It's not the Local Government Act. So that is really quite incorrect. I cannot actually finalise this until this event actually happens tonight, because it's only a proposal. This is the whole thing with this. This is the proposal stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Skinner. Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tom Ashton would like to discuss the amendment, please. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Ashton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm incredibly grateful for the advice of the Deputy Monitoring Officer, and I fully accept that my point of order was incorrect. But the point that I was making, I still hold to be true, that this isn't an amendment to improve the motion. This is an amendment which would, in effect, completely wreck it. As of this moment in time, East Lindsey District Council have just approved their half of it. If we don't approve our half of it, there won't be a deal. We aren't signing up to a deal. And in 6 months' time, who is to say that any deal of any kind will be acceptable between this council and another council? I would go as far as to say that if we were to vote down this deal tonight, or to vote an amendment that had exactly the same effect, then this being the third time in about 13 years that Boston Borough as a council has negotiated an arrangement with a neighbour on a subject or another, only to get to the council meeting to be able to either unable to make that decision and put it out to further scrutiny, or unable to make a decision at all, or to decide not to go through with it. And I go as far as to say, I've heard the debate on this amendment. I've heard quite a lot of the debate that took place over at scrutiny last week. And indeed, there are some councillors that would even have us hawk this council around Lincolnshire for a few shillings more, like rag and bone merchants, to see if we can't get a better deal from one council or another. Far be it from me to speculate on who's going to play the role of steptoe in that, but I am well enough connected across Lincolnshire. That's all of Lincolnshire. I speak to a lot of councillors from many different councils across Lincolnshire. We are one vote away in this council. If we vote for this amendment tonight, we are one vote away from making ourselves laughing stocks with whom none of our neighbours would ever seriously do business with again, not least for the concern that whatever arrangements were made would be voted down, or voted for another 6 months to think about it. What deal do you think North Kesteven or South Holland would offer to the outfit that voted down such a straightforward officer sharing arrangement such as we have? And I see there's nothing scary in what we're doing tonight. What we're talking about tonight is a straightforward officer sharing arrangement of a type that has already been implemented elsewhere, which has already been examined by other councils which have been through this. So we can have a certain degree of confidence that this isn't a complete step into the unknown. And I think Councillor Dorian would do well to give some thought to how councils are actually run. Negotiations take place between councils at leader and deputy leader level, at cabinet level, all the time. And to suggest that somehow she ought to have had a role in that negotiation is simply not how councils work. It would be as if to send an opposition member of an opposition backbench MP to negotiate an overseas treaty. It's just not how the world works. And had she spent longer in government, in administration of a council 13 years ago, she might have realised that fact. In terms of being rude, I'm sure many members will agree that very few of us can hold a candle on that subject. Quite simply, if we vote for this amendment tonight, the whole project, the whole ambition that Councillor Welton has so nobly outlined tonight falls with it, because there won't be a deal in 6 months' time, because we will just have voted it for an amendment which is utterly incompatible with the deal which has been negotiated and which is carried through into the Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Karen, is there any other speakers?
No other speakers, Mr. Mayor. Back to your list. Thank you.
So if there is no more speakers, then we're gonna go to the vote for the amendment. Is that correct, Laura?
No, Mr. Mayor, you need to go down. You should have taken the speakers on the order on the list on your briefing notes after Councillor Woodliff has proposed. So you need to return, start with Councillor Goodale.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Goodale. Can you bring me Councillor Goodale, please?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. There seems to be some disagreement in what the amendment is. I mean, the amendment doesn't say go and talk to any other council. It actually does mention the strategic alliance with East Lindsey District Council. And I have been in administration for council, and I think the thing is, when you actually say it's down to us, we do what we like, then that's fine if you have the votes to carry it through. If you don't, then and need to rely on opposition members, then you should actually involve opposition members along the process. That's one point, Mr. Mayor. The other point is, I mean, I fully accept what Councillor Skinner says about the Chief Officer Employment Panel. I was put into the chair at the meeting, and there wasn't a CV, but that wasn't the reason for the decision, Mr. Mayor. The reason for the decision, as my recollection is that the figures in the report and the figures we were given by HR didn't actually add up. And that's the main reason for the recommendation of the Chief Officer Employment Panel. The fact that one member didn't know, Mr. That was me, and I have to say, although I probably have been on the authority Mr. Barlow has been in post, I have very few dealings with him, and I don't know him that well. I think, though, Mr. Mayor, if we're actually looking at this alliance, some parts of it are very good, and I can't dispute that. But at the end of the day, I've asked for the figures to come to this council so that all members have the same figures. Now I've been told that those figures are currently not available, and as soon as the full information is available to be shared, it will be. Clearly, to me, this is not acceptable. At the end of the day, the figures for any settlement of senior officers has to be made public under the Localism Act. It has to appear in the council's accounts. So it will be public knowledge anyway. So there's no reason for us, there's certainly no reason for members not to know. Although I don't hold that as the only reason for me to support or not support this alliance. I think if we're looking at for me, there are lots of problems with this proposal. And when we're talking about £1.2 million worth of savings, it's very true. But those savings come from job losses. Don't let's kid ourselves. They're actually from jobs that are going to disappear. Not be created, disappear. And although I accept what I've been told by the administration that it will allow us to put money into frontline services, admirable, jobs will still disappear. And we're looking up to I believe in the report it says 36 full-time equivalent posts. So that's 36 posts on quite good salaries that are going to disappear from this area. And as we all know, that every pound the local authority spends, it increases by a minimum of 3, probably 4 to 5 times that amount. So I think that's worth looking at. I mean, although I can agree with proposals to look at, if you like, the vacancy situation we have and churn, I don't really support, and I can't support compulsory redundancies, although this report doesn't say there will be. It doesn't rule them out either. And I think that is something that this council needs to look at. I also don't accept or agree with the imposition of Mr. Barlow as our chief executive without going through a proper interview process or the proper interview processes. And I still don't really understand the need for this to have been rushed through. Yes, I fully accept that East Lindsey have had their vote this evening, and now we're being told there's a gun held to our heads. Either stand and deliver, do it now, or forever hold your peace, as it were. But the thing is, Mr. Mayor, given a 6-month interview, a 6-month process, all members would feel an involvement within this. They would feel that they an ownership of this and have an input in the alliance, and that's the only way it can be successful, in my view, for all members to buy into it. And yes, there will be a loss of savings, but they will be minimal over the 15 years. So I think we really need to consider what we're doing this evening. I will give notice of a further amendment, Mr. Mayor, if this amendment fails. I won't say any more because I'm aware that members have, I don't want to repeat what's already been said, and I know other members have other things they wish to say. So I'll give notice of a further amendment, Mr. Mayor, that if this fails, I wish to put to the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, Dale. Just before I come to you, Karen, I would like to ask Councillor Welton a question. Suppose if it's carried and we get the alliance, strategic alliance with East Lindsey, and we are not happy in the future with the chief executive, joint chief executive, do we have any power to replace him? Can we have a say not to accept him? Can we do anything, against it? Thank you, Councillor Walton.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I was aware this was a debate. I wouldn't want to bring you to order, but I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will answer the question. There are 2 parts of this in a way. One is the exit clause, which means that if we are unhappy, we give two years notice if the other partner is happy. So if there is a dispute, it's 2 years. If both partners, that's Boston and East Lindsey, are unhappy with the situation and they both agree that they're unhappy with the situation, they can dissolve the partnership within 12 months. There will be a joint scrutiny of a joint committee. Doesn't have power making or decision making powers as its own identity, but will speak on behalf of each council. If there is any disputes or issues with senior officers, they can deal with it there in the interim, but then it would be a matter for the chief officer panel or the chief officer appeals panel. We also have legislation that we have with all of our staff. If our staff aren't performing, and we have performance management, and we do have the power as an employer to dismiss an employee if there are legal and justifiable causes. Okay, and it's legal and justifiable. We can't just go and sack people willy-nilly, as you are fully aware. My feeling on this is that our position doesn't change from where it is now And if any of our staff now or our chief officers did not behave in the way that we'd expect them, and not that there is any doubt whatsoever that that is the case. Our staff are doing a fantastic job, and our chief officers are doing a fantastic job, and that's been made very public in our cabinet meetings, and at every opportunity we thank them. But we still have the powers as an employer to deal with staff that we feel are not doing their job. Nothing changes. This alliance doesn't stop us doing that, and it doesn't give any extra protection, and it doesn't give any less protection either. So the situation as it is does not change.
Thank you, Councillor Wharton, for the clarifications. So that's regardless of the 33% and 67%, just to make it clear.
The 63 and the 60, sorry, the 33 and the 67 is the split based on population, and our cost for the whole staffing team will be 33%, and the cost to East Lindsey for the same team will be 67. So at the moment we pay 100% of all our staffing costs, merge both the teams together, and we pay 33% of the whole. And even the savings on that are tremendous. So if you think at the moment we have 300, they have 350 thereabouts, give or take, we pay 100% of 300. If you pay 30%, 33% of 650, that is a lot less than 100% of 300.
Thank you, Councillor Wharton. Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dorring would like a point of explanation, please. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Dorian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Share my webcam. Mr. Mayor, it was a point of personal explanation. Councillor Ashton somehow was under the impression that I felt I should be involved in negotiations, and I wanted to make clear that at no time did I say that or even suggest it, Mr. Mayor. I'm very aware of my role in council. I take it extremely seriously, and if you watched the scrutiny committee, you would have seen just how seriously I take my role. So can we stop with the ad hominem attacks, please, and get back to being civil? All of us, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Dorian, your point taken. Thank you. Yes, Karen. Anybody wish? Now we go back to Jonathan Noble. Councillor Noble, please. Yes, Councillor Noble.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. 10 points to make in the 5 minutes allotted. Firstly, the report says Joint Strategic Officers. In an email I received from Phil Drury, Chief Executive, on 8th of June, it says, I can confirm that neither I nor any of the Council's other statutory officers are co-authors of the reports regarding this matter, i.e. the Strategic Alliance. So the document is exclusively the work of ELDC officers or persons. Secondly, it is a rushed job. Now, there are two options for organisational change. One, you have a thorough assessment of all potential problems before entering into an agreement. Or you have two, the mixed scanning model, where you fix on an outcome and you deal with problems later. That is what is happening in this case. A 3-week consultation period is not sufficient. Now, the premise of this whole strategic alliance is Boston Borough Council can't cope. It can't manage. It can't survive on its own. It's running out of money. The fact is, we have £22 million in the reserves, 16 are usable reserves, 2 million were put into the usable reserves in the last year. And I take issue with some of the comments that we heard at CNC, and I quote, the town falling apart, using reserves, dither and delay, and tonight we've had the council as a laughing stock in turmoil. I take great exception to all these descriptions. Boston Borough Council is a well-run council. It has a very efficient S151 officer. Nobody's talking about using the reserves or burning through them. The fact that we're in this mess that we are in is a result of the central government's decision to impose a lockdown on the country, all right? And the economic effects in this borough have been catastrophic. And central government will pay for the damage that has been caused to this council and to local businesses. And as you've seen from the answers already given earlier regarding my question to the portfolio holder for finance, they are paying and paying handsomely, and they will continue to do so. Next, we have point 4. Yes, when one's going to look at significant change, as a strategic alliance is, one looks for a balanced assessment of the proposed changes, arguments for and arguments against, i.e. in the form of a written document. We haven't had any arguments against, it's all been for. So it's not been balanced. Then we have the threat of the unitary authority. Neither Boston Borough Council, nor East Lindsey District Council, nor South Kettering or North Kettering have any interest in a unitary authority. This is a Conservative town, and Lincolnshire is a Conservative county. And the government, central government, will not be in their right minds if they try to impose such a thing on this county or individual councils, because it's a certain vote loser. Now let's turn to the benefits. I mean, we learn there's going to be economies of scale, more efficient services, a reduction in staff costs. Now, if those things are true, if we could genuinely reduce staff costs, significantly, and if we could provide economies of scale, then it's a worthwhile thing to pursue. But we're asked to support it on the basis of 3 weeks of looking at the information, and the information is not complete. Let's look at the Appendix B, the financial savings model. The figures are faulty. There are no costs shown for the Boston Borough Council in year 2. And yet we know that the period of service review will take 2 years. So there will be costs to this council in year 2. As it is, in the first year, we lose £49,500. We've also got a problem with exiting the agreement. Anybody who's looked at the termination and review section will realise that exiting this agreement and this alliance are going to be very, very difficult. There are also problems with disputes resolution and the power of the chief executive, because ultimately, as also he can appoint an arbitrator. It's in his gift to do so. And then lastly, we talk about redundancies. Now, according to a Q&A document, which was produced by ELDC officers, there are going to be no compulsory redundancies. So that leaves us with the option of consensual redundancies. And if they're going to be consensual redundancies, you can be very sure that the cost of these redundancy packages will be eye-wateringly high. What's interesting is the Chief Officer Employment Panel were privy to some of these figures, which unfortunately the rest of us are not. So I have grave suspicions about the actual costs involved.
That is your 5 minutes, Councillor Noble.
Thank you very much. So in summary, I will say it is a rush job. Council should have been given more time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Now we go to Councillor Watson. Councillor Watson, please. Yes, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a statement I'd just like to read. I believe the most worrying part of this alliance is the fact that this is being urgently pushed through with a level of consultation that I feel is disproportionate to the significance of this decision. There appears to be a lack of detailed, precise information as to how these savings have been calculated. Councillors are simply expected to blindly accept that the experts have done the financial workings and that councillors must trust them without being shown any details of this. This, in my view, suggests that there is possibly something to hide. A guest speaker at the last scrutiny meeting, who is the CEO of an alliance formed with 2 authorities in Norfolk, several times mentioned that they had a mid-term financial plan as well as a feasibility study. This alliance does not have any such credible information from what I can see. As a matter of fact, and I have to say alarmingly, the report states that there is no settled blueprint for change. I believe that the report has essentially been written and composed by LDC, which I believe one of the councillors who just spoke has confirmed that, which suggests that it's not necessarily an unbiased source, and that East Lindsey District Council possibly stands to gain more from this than Boston. Further to that, I believe East Lindsey District Council is a majority shareholder of an administration services company that provides services to councils. It has to be suggested that if that company, which is called Public Sector Partnership Services Limited, is going to be used to assist in this alliance, should this not be declared as some form of pecuniary interest by East Lindsey District Council. In the scrutiny meeting that I attended, there was also a mention from a member of the employment panel regarding eye-watering redundancy costs, which would seem to may possibly emerge from this alliance, which suggests to me of yet another unknown financial detail. I believe the currency is financially stable with reserves, as mentioned a minute ago, about some 20 million. It will be prudent to delay the decision by certainly 6 to 12 months without any serious consequences, in my view, which would allow a clearer and more detailed plan to emerge, hopefully. The recent plea from the Deputy Leader towards the end of the scrutiny meeting and earlier this evening puts pressure on councillors, I believe, with predictions of doom and gloom for Boston if councillors do not make a swift decision. This demonstrates to me a level of desperation to push this through and to expect councillors just to trust the information with no credible details. In my professional experience, any financial plan that has credibility does not just point out the possibilities of savings, but it should point out what risks are involved. And I don't believe this one does. What I also find staggering is why the position of the joint CEO is not going to be put out to public tender to ensure that the alliance will have the best possible person of the highest calibre to run this administrative alliance. I also note that no resume, as mentioned a minute ago, was included in the employment panel. In conclusion, I have to say that I'm not in principle against an alliance that gives savings to our council, and I've listened to points of view from leaders of both councils. I feel frustrated with the lack of information and the unanswered questions as to precisely how this will financially work. To that end, I really can't see how any councillor is able to make a well-informed decision, and as such, I believe the most sensible option is to postpone a decision for certainly 6 months, or until the necessary detail that demonstrates financially how this works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Now we go to Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome, Brian.
I have quite a large, long list of words to say, but I think that what's been covered up to now, Mr. Mayor, is quite suffice. But it does bring me to this. So let me just start with saying, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, your leaders will no doubt be expecting you to stand shoulder to shoulder with them on this issue. Pardon me. And ordinarily, they would be right to expect you to do so. But this is not one of those times. We are being asked to join an alliance with our near neighbours, East Lindsey District Council, and such an idea is not entirely without merit. Ladies and gentlemen, however, this is not one of those times. It may have been, but in fact, I think there are councillors here in the opposition that may still be considering the proposal as not being wholly unsavoury. So why are we prevaricating? Why are we not jumping up and down and waving our arms in the air in celebration? Why are Boston opposition councillors treading so warily around this project? Well, there are a number of reasons, but the most important one is the absence of trust. we are being asked to vote for this project, which they have kept blathering about how great it will be for the people of Boston. But Mr. Mayor, ladies, gentlemen, the truth is that they have not bothered their heads to explain to some of the people of Boston who sit on this side of the chamber what this is all about. Mr. Mayor, I know that you're a passionate man, and you must surely remember when you and I were on the outside before you joined the Conservatives. But we are here, whether you like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, to protect the interests of our residents, our businesses, and our families. You will not see any of us this side of the chamber dancing around any political maypole. Because our opinions were not valued, our presence was as welcome as a bear in a boat. Do any of you newish Conservative councillors consider yourselves experienced enough and knowledgeable enough to vote on this very complex issue? No disrespect to you, but I do not think so. In fact, I don't even think that I'm qualified enough to speak on this particular issue. However, there are people in this council, not me, who possess the wherewithal to make such a considered choice. Maybe if you had chosen to do, maybe if Councillor Skinner had chosen to protect his reputation as a leader, I think he would have increased his reputation would have increased immeasurably. But you didn't, did you? Because you are a glory hunter, Councillor Skinner. And my apologies to the ladies, but it's a figure of speech. You are not a leader of men. Spectators will recall that I questioned the reliability of the legal advisor's observations the other evening. I will not pretend that this is a deal breaker, but when I read the presentation, I really expected the contents of that proposal to have been oven ready. When a professional legal advisor lodges a document regarding the level of redundancies that are going to be sacrificed, I think we expect that request to have been priced up and accounted for properly. But when we read, and I quote from the document, that if the redundancies, my brackets, the redundancy mark target aimed for is not achieved, then it will be required to find significantly more posts to be relinquished at a lower grade. That means our coalface workers will actually be included in this cutback. We met yesterday with Councillor Leyland in an internet capacity, and indeed he is a personable chap, and it is only my opinion, but I got the feeling he was much more impressed by the former leader of the Conservative group than the present one we have now. And in truth, given that the way he has treated the opposition councillors, that is not surprising. I will not be supporting this proposal in its present form, Mr. Mayor.
That is your 5 minutes, Councillor Rush.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rush. Thank you. Now, Councillor Richard Austin, you have spoken on the amendment and you have seconded. Do you wish to speak one more time, or that's what you have said, except if you come with something new?
No, I think I've made the points that I wanted to, but I did one point of information actually, is that the Robert Barlow was an officer appointment. It was nothing to do with the members when he was in Boston Borough Council. So he was an officer appointment made by the Chief Executive at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Now we're going to move to Councillor Bedford.
Good evening, everybody. I've been listening with quite a deal of interest on this. I am not and I repeat that, against a joint working arrangement. I think that is probably the way that Boston needs to go, as other councils will, but not as this paper is. The first tame question tonight from Councillor Ashton to Councillor Welton about devolution was an absolute load of tosh, to put it politely. They say if there is a demise of Boston, we will support a town council. Well, sorry, town councils, i.e. Boston, if it became one, Horncastle, Leaworth, Spalding, Bourne, etc., would not get a dip in the devolution pot. The devolution pot, and the last one would have been 400 million in the first year, had it not been voted out at the last minute, would be run by either an elected mayor, or if not, certainly a chairman akin to what the police authority are doing at this moment. Local authorities then, i.e. Boston, East Lindsey, and the counties would then bid into the pot of money that was being given by central government. And each bid into that pot would be judged by that person. The scrutiny panel, to look at what he was doing, would be the leaders of all the councils in Lincolnshire, which at the moment would be 10. If we join up, we may lose a seat there. Chief executives would also have a panel with 10 people on it, all chief execs. Again, if we have a joint chief executive, then we lose a vote. That is plain and simple. I asked Mark Edgell the other night from the LGA at the scrutiny if the central government was still treating things the same. His response was yes, at this moment in time. They are looking at it, producing a white paper, but that will be into next year because of Brexit and obviously COVID-19. We have not taken this through proper scrutiny panels, properly looked at. The only way that these savings can be made is deleting the 36 posts. You can then, if you delete those posts straight away, you have made that saving on paper, but it's not a proper saving. It's just a paper saving. As far as the union is concerned and the union letter, that really disturbed me. What is going on in this world at the moment in time about people having their rights and everything else? Our staff members deserve their rights through their trade unions. Whether you like unions or whether you don't, you have to respect them. And we haven't. We haven't been in touch with them at all. That is pretty obvious. So how does that make the leadership of this council look as far as treating their staff with respect and looking at things properly? Trevor Holden, the chief exec of the Broadland South Norfolk Partnership, made it very, very plain that they went out to open competition for the chief executive, of which he was successful, because if a partnership like this comes together, you need a very, very strong chief executive who is highly qualified in putting together two councils like this. With the greatest respect on the fact that East Lindsey want to merge their chief executive with ours without any competition, I feel is a very, very retrograde action. We have got to look at working together, but at this moment in time...
That's your 5 minutes, Councillor Bedford.
Thank you. We are
Thank
not hard up, and neither is East Lindsey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedford. Thank you. Thank you. Can we have Councillor Austin, Alison Austin, please?
Thank you. Can you see me? Yes, and can you hear me?
And I can hear you. You can start, Councillor, please.
Right, just before I'm timed, could I request that each time I am interrupted by anyone, the clock is stopped? I've seen people being interrupted over and over again this evening. So I think it is only polite to actually stop the clock each time. I will be posing a number of questions, but they are rhetorical questions and I do not expect an answer. Thank you. I will now start my timed speech. Thank you. Right, is that all right, Karen?
Yes, yes.
I've no objection to the principle of a strategic alliance. We all appreciate the need to make considerable financial savings through no fault of our own. I'm just posing what I see as a number of potential failings. It all tilts towards East Lindsey. The report was written by East Lindsey officers who understandingly are very keen. Every item was addressed to East Lindsey and they're always put first. The consultation that's been undertaken is limited and questionable. It wasn't until the papers for Cabinet were made public that there started to be any detail to back up the bare bones that had been there before and to back up in particular the finances. The Chief Officer panel wouldn't support the proposal for a number of reasons, but we've heard today that it was considered too great a risk. No scrutiny was factored into the process, but had to be specifically requested by the chairman of C&C. Without that, few elected members would have had any say on the matter before today. So who has been consulted? Not very many elected members, but more importantly, very few of our staff, namely the workforce that is going to bear the brunt of this. Yesterday, it came out of the woodwork about union consultation, or lack of. I hope that the letter was forwarded verbatim to all members of the Conservative group, as was done by the other group leaders. If not, you should be asking why not. Moving on to other matters. Our first sight of details was when Cabinet papers were issued. They could be likened to a glossy sales brochure for a house or a car. This report is essentially an attempt to woo us. I'll pick out some seemingly attractive selling points. Cost sharing. The proportion of costs of Boston of salaries which have shared officers and support will be 33%, and for East Lindsey will be 67%. That looks like a jolly good deal, but just stop and think. 33% of costs will mean 33% of time. Can Boston Borough Council be run on just 1/3 of the time already being spent? Someone else surely will have to do the rest of the job. Bidding for funding. Superficially, that looks very attractive, but again, just stop and think. Infrastructure, wow, to improve or upgrade the A16, but which part of it? The help for Boston Borough, or really the only help for Boston Borough, would be a proper bypass. And of course, that would also benefit East Lindsey residents. Coastal flood defences. Ours are either very well towards completion or already have the funding committed, and it's East Lindsey that really need them now. Choice of partner. It's been stated that we, Boston Borough, have much in common with East Lindsey, but is this really a selling point? Much of the economy of, East Lindsey will suffer more from the pandemic. Much of East Lindsey is coastal and depends on the visitor economy. Much of the economy of Boston is based on the agri-foods industry and has kept buoyant because of demand. Many of our businesses have continued to operate throughout the lockdown. Boston is potentially in a stronger position to recover, but 67% of any benefit will be needed, possibly to prop up East Lindsey. Are we to pair up with a lame duck? I hope not. Status. This has already been mentioned. Boston will potentially lose a lot of status despite what was said earlier this evening. Be proud of our heritage and don't let us lose that status of being a borough. Boston always was and continues to be the second town in Lincolnshire, second only to the city of Lincoln. Do you want to throw that status away and let its administrative centre go to some little town such as Horncastle or Louth? Does the mayor want to be just like any other small town mayor? Most of us have had the honour, who have had the honour of serving as mayor, were proud to be representing a town with such status. And so summing up, panellists, I'm probably not giving you any new information, but I've attempted
I'm
to
sorry,
highlight.
Councillor Austin, that is your 5 minutes.
Can I just finish my sentence then, please? I want to say one important thing, but I've now lost my place. And if any speeches tonight have shown even the slightest seed of doubt in your mind, I beg you to support the amendment even though you dare not vote against the party whip, then abstain. Party politics has no place in this momentous decision. This is one of the most important decisions that Boston Borough Council have been asked to make for several decades. Thank you.
Councillor Austin. Thank you. Can we bring Councillor Dorian, please, to the screen?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Dorian's already spoken on the amendment.
That's fine. Perfect. Thank you. Can we bring Councillor Woodcock?
Right. And can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Right, that's fine. Hang on, wrong way. Right. I can't believe what has gone on in such a short time. Councillor Welton has posted an unbelievable rosy future for this to happen. And rosy futures don't happen. This has, for me, a parallel in an event that occurred, 25 years ago, when Boston had two large schools and they amalgamated. And it became something like Armageddon. It is inconceivable that you can appoint somebody without proper interviewing and background investigations and look for new people, even new experience to move things on. That is ridiculous that has not gone on. My experience of an amalgamation, well, the modus operandi as I see it, if it goes the same way, will be that they will appoint a new man, which they already basically have done. But thinking of the people, our people, some people will end up with a job. Some people will get good payoffs and be glad of it. Yes, they're the lucky ones. Some people will get paid off because they've got to go. You've got to get rid of this number of people. Okay, which is very, it's very poor announcing. I think, as I say, I sincerely hope that the people on the other side of the chamber tonight vote for the right thing. You do things for the right thing, not because somebody says, well, you're in that party, we're going to do this. This is far, far too important for that. This is real life. I look around, and the majority of the people over here, we tend to be in the old brigade. we've been about a long while. There are younger people over there. There are people on the other side. They understand, they know that this is right, what I'm saying. And all I can say to them is make the right decision. Do the right thing. Be your own person. That's all I've got to say about it.
Thank you, Councillor Woodcock. I totally agree with you. We are elected by the people of Boston, and we should do the right thing for the people of Boston, whatever it takes. Thank you. I'll now move to Councillor Judith Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have listened with an open mind, but I cannot support the amendment to delay. This proposal will not be on the table in 6 months' time. As has been stated by Councillor Richard Austin, this type of proposal was on the table 13 years ago. Think, if he had been bold then, what savings could have been made by now? What improvements in services could have been made for the people of Boston? This is a proposal that we are voting on tonight, and further negotiations will commence if this is passed tonight. And I'm sure that everybody will be involved in those negotiations. This is, as I stated, it is just a proposal. Excuse me. Another point that's been made is about going out to tender for the statutory officers. This could land us with double the costs of redundancies. Is this a sound financial decision? In my opinion, it is not. East Lindsey went out to tender not 12 months ago, and they picked the best candidate there was in the field at that time. And I've no reason to doubt that he is not still the best candidate. I would also like to mention that when visitors are asked to scrutiny, that councillors are not rude to them just because they do not give the opinion that agrees with the councillor's view. Councillors mentioned that they have not been informed that they were informed about this proposal. However, they were invited to briefings. Maybe the group leaders did not pass on the invite. This could explain why they feel it is a rush job. You have to ask why your leaders didn't pass on any invites, if this was the case. As soon as the proposal was agreed, it was made public. And until you make a decision, you cannot enter into negotiation with any unions, because you cannot commit yourself to anything that has not been agreed. Is that Anne? And it is not the Cabinet's place to order scrutiny. Quite rightly, the chair called it himself. So to put it in, and in fact, the leader did welcome the scrutiny. So I'm afraid I cannot vote in agreement for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. And then we go to the last speaker, Councillor Griggs.
Hello, can we hear me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
Lovely.
can hear.
Firstly, I'd like to apologise to fellow council members and members of the public for me not being on camera. Unfortunately, I don't have any office space at home, so I'm currently sat in the shed, and my signal's not good enough. In terms of the decision, we all know the financial issues that the council is going to face over the next years due to reduced budgets. That, compounded with the impact of COVID-19, whatever they may be, will have dramatic impacts on the council of the future. If we take no action at all, then we'll find ourselves in a position, it could be 3 years' time, it could be 10 years' time, whatever, where all the reserves are gone and we'll be in a race to the bottom, where we're cutting services so that we only provide statutory services. That being said, every decision the council makes needs to be carefully considered and the impacts evaluated. And Councillor Dorian emailed me the other day and stated that this is the most important decision the council will make in a generation. And she's absolutely right. Every councillor in this chamber this evening, be it virtually or otherwise, needs to be perfectly comfortable with the decision they're making. Now, from my point of view, it's probably as a member of cabinet and a member of the group who decided to move forward with this proposal that I've had greater time to get my head around information, see councillors, etc., etc. So, that's just the position I'm in for my decision. But in my mind, this is about capacity. It's the capacity to deliver better value for money for our residents and provide services. We had the LGA in at the start of the municipal year, and the big thing they said was that they highlighted was the limited capacity of our council moving forward. And in my mind, this proposal seeks to remedy the issues of capacity whilst maintaining services for our residents. Within my portfolio, for instance, we provide lots of housing advice, and I would imagine with the current COVID situation, once things start heading back to normality, that will be a more crucial service than ever. And we don't want to be reducing frontline staff. We also apply for and receive grants that enable house building within the borough. Again, without hard-working and dedicated team, we wouldn't be as successful as we are, and we are exceptionally successful at that. So again, we don't want to reduce capacity for there because it reduces outcomes, and there's many other examples across all of the council. In my mind, this proposal not only enables us to help increase internal capacity and ensure that frontline workers and lower grade workers on the wage scale are in place and teams are able to fulfill their roles properly, but it also provides us with 5 million savings over a 10-year period. These savings allow us to potentially potential scope rather to look at additional services our residents feel are important, or to make improvements to current services where we know that in some services we need them. Going to the Chief Officer Employment Panel, I voted for the recommendations because at that meeting there was a highlighted potential difference in figures in the report we're discussing tonight and the one that was discussed then. And it is exactly right that you treat each report and the information in front of you with the level of gravitas that it deserves. I couldn't, in good faith, vote to agree the appointment at the Chief Officer Employment Panel when I wasn't sure which set of figures were accurate. And since then, I've sought both clarification and assurances that the figures within this report are prudent. Going to something about the conversations with the unions, I'm not hugely experienced with unions, so forgive my naivety, but I would have assumed that until an agreement passes through council and we have a clear direction, any figures provided by any party are purely speculative. So I don't think it had been correct this evening to have any of our officers or East Lindsey's officers want this, etc., etc. But just as a final point, I think regardless of which side of the chamber you're on, this isn't a whip decision from our point of view, and every member of the council needs to be comfortable with their personal decision. You're the one who's going to have to live with, actually, I voted for it and I didn't like it, or I didn't vote for it and I did like it, and it's got to sit well with you. So I won't be supporting the extension, and it's not because of the potential the deal may not be there. It's because I believe that my questions have been answered. And again, that could be due to my position in the Conservative group and chatting to people as the proposals moved forward over the last 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Briggs. If I
Point
may...
of information, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go. Councillor Dorian?
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
please. Can you put for me, Councillor Dorian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Councillor Graves just said he's got information that we don't on account of him being a member of the Conservative group and a member of Cabinet. I'd just like to remind you, Mr. Mayor, that under the access to information rules, we're entitled to all that information, and I've asked for it and not been given it. So if Councillor Griggs has information that I don't and my fellow councillors don't, then there's something seriously amiss here.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian.
Mr. Mayor. If I could clarify the position on that, what I mean by that is, as the process has moved on and questions rightly so have popped up or things I'm not sure about, I've spoken to different members of the group or chased it up with Nigel and Paul for them to go find answers. I don't have anything written that is information I haven't passed on. It was just from my personal, because it's a big undertaking. I'm sure as members, the first time we all read it, we went, whoa, that's a big change. And I, like many members of the council, had a lot of questions, as I'm sure members of my group will attest. But I don't have any specific information that I haven't shared.
But clearly you do, Councillor Griggs, because it's changed your vote. You voted, well, we voted unanimously, group leader, the Chief Officer Employment Panel. You've got information that changed your vote, and we all need that.
As I said, Councillor Dorian, I've sought clarification and assurances, and I don't know if Councillor Welton can relay the assurances that he gave me. I wasn't privy to any additional written information. But my understanding is that the leader and deputy have gone off to find out which set of figures is accurate and is the ones in the report. But I don't have written confirmation.
You're saying that Judy Benson's wrong then?
So, thank you, Councillor Dorian. Councillor Griggs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will just come back to Councillor Walton, and I want just to be assured, and same wise applies on other councillors. He said that we can dissolve the strategic alliance within 12 months. Do we have the power to do that if we are not happy? Can we trigger it within 12 months? Thank you, Councillor Wantel. Can you just answer me that one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will answer all the questions when I sum up the final debate, if that's okay with you, sir.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Because why I want to ask that question, because we have 12 months, and then if we delay by 6 months and probably goes through, then we have another 6 months, and then it's better to do something now and dissolve it within that 12 months if we're not happy, if we have that power. Thank you, Councillor Welton. Now, do we have any other speakers requesting via the chat facility?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do. We have 2 speakers, Councillors Tracy Abbott and Councillor David Brown. Councillor Tracy Abbott will speak first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Abbott.
Hello. You froze there for a moment. Before I go to my main part, there's just one thing I just feel I need to say. A second councillor has questioned mine and my colleagues' ability to understand the debate. I feel insulted by this accusation. So I kind of need to say that first. Now, if I may.
My apologies on that.
That's fine. I'll go on to my main. We're here tonight to make a decision as to whether the proposed alliance goes ahead. At last week's corporate and community scrutiny meeting, it was recommended to delay the process for at least 6 months, which is now the possible amendment tonight. One of the reasons given was the haste in which the process was being carried out was unfair to the staff, giving uncertainty with their future within Boston Borough Council. From a personal experience, any delay and uncertainty causes more stress and anxiety for those affected. So delaying the decision basically puts on hold any financial decisions the staff will wish to make, whether it's purchasing a house, buying a car, starting a family. If you are concerned about the staff as I am, please think what at least 6 months uncertainty will do for staff morale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Thank you. Councillor David Brown. Yes, Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you know my name by now. Well, actually, I've got very little to say because I've been preempted by a lot of other people who've made very valid points. and particularly taking on board Councillor Tracy Abbott's remark, by delaying for another 6 months, you're creating even more uncertainty with the staff. And I think it's a decision that we need to come to and make a bold decision and get on with it, basically, because the past history of Boston Borough Councils always seems to me to have been delay. We're not certain about this, that, and the other, and that's probably the reason why we've never got a bypass, because we've always been met with, oh, well, we don't know, and we need another report and what have you. So I shan't be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, Councillor Brown. Is there anybody else wishing to speak, Karen?
Councillor Rush is just asked to make a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak on behalf of the conversation that just was held between Councillor Dorian and Councillor Griggs. I don't think that there was a proper investigation of what was said. Councillor Griggs seems to have got his facts and figures all wrong, and Councillor Dorian has not had a proper explanation. Can I have clarification on that, please, from whomsoever was involved in that conversation with Councillor Griggs? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, that is not a point of order. A point of order is where the Constitution or the law has been perceived to be broken.
Totally agree with you, Lauren. So we leave it at that. So is there any more speakers?
There are no speakers, Mr. Mayor. I've just contacted the leader to see if he wishes to come back. I've not heard back from him yet. Thank you.
The leader, yeah?
Yes, if you wish to, the right to come back and speak again. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woodliff asked to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I will answer you.
Yes, Councillor Skinner.
Everything has been laid before you that I can lay before you. The diligence by professionals into whether those figures were attainable are correct, and maybe all the figures are correct. Maybe it's just the way they were added up incorrectly and given at the Chief Officer's panel because the people asked for it that way. I think that's mischief, personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Karen, anybody wishing to speak?
No, we've had a request from Councillor Woodliff to come back, Mr. Mayor, but he's had his 5 minutes already. So unless he's got a point of order, then no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there is no more speakers, then I think we should go to the vote on the amendment, if I'm correct, Lorraine.
Councillor Welton has the right to sum up.
All right, then. We go back to Councillor Walton and answer our questions back, please.
I need a bit of an explanation, please, Mr. Mayor. I
Point of
understand
order,
that.
Point of order.
I'm trying to make that point of order.
Mr. Mayor, it's not
I believe that we are discussing
proposal.
the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and it's not for me to sum up the amendment. It's for the person that moved the amendment, which is Councillor Woodliff. Once Councillor Woodliff has moved and it's been seconded, the debate has taken place. It's now for the mover of the amendment to sum up, and then for a vote on the amendment, and then we go back to the either the original motion or an amended motion, if that's my understanding.
That's fine, Councillor Walton. I'm aware of that. That's why Councillor, I asked Lauren Bush, but she said that you have to come back to you. No, but anyway,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
The Constitution and Procedural state that at the end of debate on an amendment, the mover of the original motion has the right of reply, but may not otherwise speak on the amendment. So it's Councillor Welton who has the right to sum up, even though it's the amendment.
All right, then. If it's the Constitution, we go that way. Councillor Walton, please, can you sum up?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I apologise for.
Councillor Dorian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Welton's already spoken on this amendment. You asked him several questions and allowed him a significant amount of time, Mr Mayor. I don't see how he's got any more time now.
The question I asked him didn't take more than 5 minutes, less than that, because they were just a brief one. And the other thing in hand, if the Constitution said he has to sum up, then he has to sum up. We cannot change the Constitution, Councillor Dorian. Can I have Councillor Welton, please, to sum up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What I have to say could have been said quicker than the interruption. In summing up, all I would say is a vote against this, a vote for this amendment will in fact kill the whole alliance dead in the water, and 6-month delay of it will make it null and void. So I will be voting against it, and I implore anybody who has said through this debate that they in principle believe that an alliance is a good idea to vote against the amendment, as voting for it, as I've said, will kill it dead in the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walton. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to go to the vote on the amendment. Is that correct, Lauren?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we're now voting on Councillor Woodliffe's amendment, seconded by Councillor Richard Austin.
Yes.
Did you want me to read the amendment?
Yes, please. Can you repeat and read for us the amendments, and then we go to the vote? Thank you.
The amendment is to agree to begin a 6-month consultation period on forming a strategic alliance with East Lindsey District Council for the purposes set out in this report, involving elected members, staff, scrutiny committees and any appropriate bodies before the final proposal is returned to full council with appropriate amendment of dates. There are to be no staff appointments until they are approved by full council.
Okay. Thank you. Should we go to the vote?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I will call members in alphabetical order, as we have been doing through the evening.
Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Against.
Councillor Ashton.
Against.
Councillor Alison Austin.
For.
Councillor Richard Austin.
For.
Councillor Bedford.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Corner.
Against.
Councillor Danny, Mr Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Dorian.
For.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Edge. I'll come back to Councillor Edge. Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Goodale.
For.
Councillor Griggs.
Against.
Councillor Hasty.
For.
Councillor Howard.
Against.
Councillor Noble.
Abstain.
Councillor Pickett.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Paul Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Sharman.
Against.
Councillor Spencer.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wellborn.
For.
Councillor Welton.
Against.
Councillor Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Woodliff.
For.
Councillor Edge. Are you there? Councillor Edge. Councillor Edge.
Not there, that's it.
Can I just check with IT? Is Councillor Edge still on the meeting?
We can't tell that, Lorraine, via phone caller.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'll try one more time. Councillor Edge, can you hear us?
Stupid situation this is.
I can't contact Councillor Edge, Mr. Mayor, so I think, shall we just call it as that?
Two more councillors, Woodcock and Woodliff.
Yeah, we've completed the voting. I was just going back to Councillor Edge, but we can't raise her.
Yeah. So what's the verdict?
We've got 14 votes for the amendment and 14 votes against. So you have your casting vote, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you won't.
14-14. So yes. I go against.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Dorian.
Speaker Denison's rule in 1867 started the tradition in the House of Commons that whenever a casting vote was to be used, that it is not used to upskittle the status quo. In order to make big changes like this, Mr. Mayor, you need significant majorities to take it along. And I would urge you to think about that casting vote, and Speaker Denison. That is the tradition in local government. You do not change the status quo with your casting vote.
Yes, Jason.
Can I please take the opportunity to remind councillors that this is recorded and that all audio is recorded in the video feed. If you are not on your microphone summoned to the screen by Councillor Danny as Mayor and Chairman, then please mute your microphone as we are able to hear you on the stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, Lauren, come up on that.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Mayor. Because we had Councillor Dorian at the back talking about the casting vote. We had a casting vote on a last CC meeting. Yes.
It's for you to use your casting vote as you see fit.
Thank you, which is I say I'm against. So we go back.
14 women want to get out.
So we go back to the original recommendation. Is that correct, Lauren?
We return now to the substantive motion.
Yes, the original one. So advise me, do we have to go back to speakers? Or we go straight to a vote?
I think Councillor Goodell gave notice of a further amendment.
Can we hear the amendment of Councillor Goodale?
Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move an amendment basically to the original mayor. I'm disappointed with the we're just moving forward on one vote for such a or casting vote for such a momentous decision as this. But my amendment basically just really alters the recommendations in brackets 4 of the recommendations, and it concerns the appointment of the Joint Chief Executive. And basically, my amendment, if I can remember how I actually worded it to Lorraine, is that that the appointment of Robert Barlow as Joint Chief Executive be an interim appointment to be reviewed not later than 12 months from the 1st of July 2020, and that would replace the first 2 lines of recommendation brackets 4. The rest would continue from East Lindsey District Council and formally employ Mr. Barlow, who shall. This, I believe, Mr. Mayor, gives some credence to or some succor to the view that we're not actually being have a chief executive imposed on us without any way of actually looking at Mr. Barlow's performance. I know East Lindsey are very keen to keep him, and I've heard the view that he was head and shoulders above everybody then, but that was then. This is now, and I don't believe that the formal interview process has been gone through properly. Members have actually, a lot of members have actually of that view, and excuse me, in that instance, I don't believe that this actually will affect the alliance, the strategic alliance, in any way, because if East Lindsey are that confident in Mr. Barlow's abilities and that he is professional enough to run both authorities in a way that suits us all, then obviously after the 12 months, when the interim period finishes and the interview process starts, then he will obviously stand a very good chance of what should we say, keeping that appointment. It also give it an incentive for him to work for both authorities, rather than as some members are thinking that it'll only be for the one, and we will base it, Boston will take the back seat. So I move that amendment, Mr. Mayor, in all in honesty, if you like, as a way of moving this forward. And I believe that by making this appointment interim, it will satisfy or go some way to satisfy some of the problems that a lot of members foresee with this alliance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll look for a seconder if that's your wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodell. And that's always my push with the leader. I need to be assured that we can have the ability to change the chief executive if we are not happy. And that's my opinion. Yes, do we have a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will second. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will second that.
Who is that? Just because I didn't recognize your voice, I cannot. Excuse me? Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I will second that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Bell, I didn't see your face, so I didn't recognize the voice. Now I will memorize your voice. Definitely. Thank you. So now, does anybody wish to speak on this new amendment?
Yes. Yes.
Please, can you go through the chat to Karen so we can have an organized meeting and we can have control of the time as well, please.
Oh my God.
I have a request from Councillor Woodliffe wishing to speak, Chairman. Mr. Mayor, my apologies.
Yes, Councillor Woodliffe. Can you bring me Councillor Woodliffe, please, on the screen? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Woodliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make one point really about Mr. Barlow. When he'll become joint chief executive of both councils. East Lindsey District Council shall formally employ Mr. Barlow, so he'll be their employee. So we won't be able to remove him because he will be employed by East Lindsey District Council. That's his employer. So the idea that we could actually change his employment, I don't think is correct. We've got to be careful about this. You know, employment law is very tricky. It's really why you need to involve the unions and everybody else who are experts on it. I'm very concerned about the documentation here, really, because it's so shallow. And I think we need to be very, very careful before we go down the pathway of believing we can actually modify his employment, because I think that's tricky. He's already an employee of East Lindsey District Council. And whilst that's so, and he will be remaining as an employee of East Lindsey District Council. So I don't think he's in a position perhaps to change his status, even if this alliance goes through, which it probably will do, I suspect, since we can't get our votes together. The other aspect of this is, other aspects really, I'm particularly concerned that the union's not being involved in this. Very concerned, and I'm very concerned about the code of conduct for officers also related to this. When we're talking about an employee of the authority of the alliance, we need to be very sure about codes of conduct, and that's not been mentioned here, but it was mentioned in Eversheds and who's it, Evers and Sheffield, the legal people. They mentioned it, so we've got to be careful about it. And also Trevor Holden, he mentioned it about codes of conduct, and that's quite central to all this. Remember, because when you create an alliance and you amalgamate workforce, you have to have a common code of conduct. You can't have two codes of conduct working. So you've got to be very careful about this. So when you talk about who employs whom and whether we have any control over these things, you've got to be very careful. We're not qualified to talk about that, really. I can raise it. Really, these are for employment experts. Yeah. So we want to be very careful with proposing things about interim appointments and so on. I'm not quite sure whether that would be illegal, given the fact that he is employed by East Lindsey District Council. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woodliff. Just from my experience, if it will help you, once the conditions of work change, automatically the contracts has to change. That's according to my knowledge. I've been working on my own and having my own businesses. So once you change something, the conditions change, you have to change the contract. Anyway, thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Rush.
Councillor Rush, please come to the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very concerned about Councillor Vivian Edge and how she has been treated in this particular regard. No one seems to have checked up on whether or not she's having difficulties. And in fact, her vote is as vital as everyone else's. So can we please have an investigation into how Vivian Edge is doing, and if she's aware of what has gone on whilst she has not been in touch with the meeting? I think it's a vital reason for us to actually check her out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush, for your concerns. Thank you. Yes, Karen.
Councillor Alison Austin would like to speak, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we bring Councillor Alison Austin, please, to the screen?
Can you hear me?
Of course, I can hear you and I can see you.
Right. You may wonder why I've put a mask on. All evening, we have obeyed the rules of government. But Councillor Edge has not been in our main house. However, I am aware, because I've been in frequent contact with her, that she has tried, and I went with her, and she tried and tried and tried to vote on about 4 items now. And whether you had the mute button pressed so it was on, or whether you had it pressed off, it did not record her vote. And, you know, this is a phone that was supplied by this council for her. So in desperation, I mean, she was going to, well, she will tell you how she would have voted in the last item now, but I'm going to turn the camera, sort of re-angle my screen so that you can see her. But I have broken rules, if you like, now by bringing her, because I will not have her denied what is her right when she has tried extremely hard to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alison Austin.
Right, would you like to speak and say that you have tried? Take that off your mouth, it's all right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councillor Edge. You can speak. I can see you and I can hear you.
Yes, I did try, and nobody could seem to hear me when I spoke.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Right. That really annuls, in some respects, the previous vote, but obviously it was her responsibility to see that it worked. But I could see that whatever you pressed, it did not work, that there was no means of contacting you. Thank you.
Councillor Austin, what are you trying to say? Whatever you pressed, I don't press anything, is run by an expert IT officers.
No, this is not, if you don't mind me arguing with you, Mr. Mayor, this.
Councillor Austin, is no need to put words in the mouth of others. It didn't happen, or she has difficulties, as you experienced yourself, you and your beloved husband last week. You couldn't do anything, and we had to send experts to help you. So things can happen. Thank you. There is no need to accuse of anything. Thank you. Yes, anybody else wish to speak?
May I make one further comment, please? She was carrying out the instructions of our IT officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak?
Yes,
Karen?
Mr. Mayor, I wish to speak. I've not spoken on this amendment, and I'm deeply.
One second, Councillor, because Karen has raised her hand before. Just one second. Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Skinner would like to make a point of order, please, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Paul Skinner.
Councillor Paul Skinner. Yes, Councillor Paul Skinner, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Constitutionally, this is the point of order. Constitutionally, if an amendment changes the recommendation, it should not proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Dorian. Councillor Dorian.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am deeply disturbed by some of the chat, and what these councillors are saying about Councillor Austin is absolutely dreadful. Councillor Alison Austin is a very honourable woman of long-standing service to this borough, and it's very wrong of those councillors to say what they're saying in the chat. Now, Councillor Vivian Edge is not technically minded like some younger councillors are. She's been given equipment. Very clearly the equipment didn't work. I had no idea that she was near Councillor Austin at all, clearly in a different room. And I propose that we do the vote again, Mr. Mayor. You cannot possibly want that vote to go ahead. Oh, excuse that noise. You can't possibly want to go ahead with a casting vote under such dubious circumstances. It's wholly unhealthy, Mr. Mayor. It was unhealthy anyway, and now it's even more so, and this has been recorded for the people of Boston to watch. Now think about that, please. These are the people we represent, and Councillor Edge's vote should count the same as everybody else's. And I propose we take that vote again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dorian. Yes, Karen.
We have two more councillors wishing to speak, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Spencer and then Councillor Woodliffe. Councillor Spencer first, thank you.
Good evening, councillors and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Karen. I've been watching this whole thing this evening, and I hope you can hear me okay. Having considerable experience in the field of work sharing, and this council in particular, I find it quite offensive, really, that we're trying to force this thing. Look, it was a casting vote. It was 14-14 with a mayor's casting vote. One of the members of this council had technical difficulties and has now taken it upon herself to be made available to make that her vote. And I think we need to owe it to the people of Boston in order to make that vote count. So I would like to second Councillor Dorian's proposal, really, that we retake that vote.
Lauren, can I come to you on that, on the constitution, please? Yes, yes, Lauren.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. We can't go back to that vote. That vote has been taken. The only what you members can do is when we get to the substantive motion, if we get to the substantive motion, is to vote at that time, either for or against the substantive motion.
Okay, then, thank you for the clarifications. And who is Councillor Wood? I think Councillor Woodliff, yes? Can you bring me Councillor Woodliff, please?
Councillor Woodliff has already spoken on this amendment, Mr. Mayor.
So there is no more speakers then?
Yes, Councillor Noble has asked if he can come back, Mr. Mayor.
But Councillor Noble as well has already spoken. Anybody else who didn't speak wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Bell, yes, please. Can you bring me Councillor Bell, please, on the screen?
Yes, I'm totally behind Councillor Dorian, Councillor Spencer. I think it's appalling that our colleague has not got a chance to cast a vote. I appreciate that we can't go back, but I think, as that's been said before, the people of Boston must be very annoyed about this. They really must, because our colleague was unfortunately couldn't get a vote through for whatever reason. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. As you've seen, I consult with our deputy monitoring officer. So the constituency is so big, and she's the only one who can lead us on that one. Councillor Karen, yes, please.
Councillor Woodcock would like to speak, please, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woodcock has already spoken.
On that? On that?
He hasn't spoken on the amendment, on this amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Councillor Woodcock, can you bring me Councillor Woodcock on the screen, please? Yes, Councillor Woodcock.
Yeah. Yes, one thing that, can you hear me? One thing I think you need to clarify is there were, over the night, there were a number of 4 votes. The big argument is about the final vote. Were the other 3 votes registered successfully? Either none were read, because the first 3 votes on various things, were they registered successfully on the computer at this end? Or did the whole evening go by with none of Miss Edge's votes being registered?
I think one of them
is very significant. That if that's the case, that should have been identified much earlier than the final vote of the night.
She did vote.
Oh no, I couldn't hear that. Yeah.
I think we are checking, Lorraine, about this matter. Please, can we look at it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have had votes from Councillor Edge during the evening.
During the evening, but not the final vote. Thank you.
But not the final one, unfortunately.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Noble wanted to speak, and he hasn't spoken on this amendment, so he should be allowed to speak.
Yes, Karen, I'll be with you. Councillor Noble. Yes, Councillor Noble.
But it was a message. Scary.
You are muted.
Thank you. I was trying to speak, Mr. Mayor, but unfortunately I was being overridden. That's why you had to wait. I just want to make this point. We cannot vote on the amendment simply because, as Councillor Woodliff has said, Mr. Barlow will not be an employee of Boston Borough Council. He will be employed by East Lindsey District Council. Therefore, the amendment, unfortunately, is invalid.
That maybe makes sense. Thank you. Yes, Karen.
Chairman, Councillor Cooper would like to speak, and I do have further speakers if you can come back. Thank you.
Please, yes, Councillor Cooper.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
I think it's only fair that Vivian Edge is given a chance to vote, as she didn't. If we take the substantive and it fails, then we can retake the amendment of Councillor Woodliff,
No,
and
Paddy, you've got
that
to
would
vote.
then be the quickest way to go around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Who else wants to speak, Karen?
You've got to wait, Paddy. I'm busy.
I have an indication of councillors trying to speak but doesn't have the chat facility. I'm just trying to find out who it is. Mayor, one moment.
And please, councillors, mute your microphone because you entered. Yes, Jason. Yes, Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Danny. Just to take up on your point, Councillor Woodcock, we can hear your background noise and your mic is overriding.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the dog as well. I'll try to switch off.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. The councillor trying to speak that doesn't have the chat facility is Councillor Griggs, if that helps.
Thank you. Then it's Councillor Griggs that wishes to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Annoyingly, Lorraine got in before me. I was just going to echo everything Councillor Dorian said. I think, you know, if there's any way possible that we could re-vote and Councillor Edge could have a vote, you know, it's such a crucial vote that every member of across the chamber should have a fair chance to say their piece and cast their vote the way they feel. So it's just disappointing, obviously, that that may not be the case.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment then. And I'm heartened by what Councillor Griggs said, so perhaps he'll second it. So I'd like to move Councillor Woodliff's amendment, but just change the wording from 6 months to 7 months. I don't have it written down, I'm sorry, Lorraine. But to move Councillor Woodliff's amendment, changing 6 months to 7 months, so that we can retake the vote. If that fits with the constitution.
Yes,
we need to deal with this amendment that's on the table first before we can take any further amendments.
Which is
perhaps Councillor Goodale might withdraw it.
Which is Councillor Goodale amendment. Anybody wishing to speak on Councillor Goodale amendment? Karen, if there is no more speakers, we're going to go to the vote.
No speakers, Mr. Mayor, at this present time.
So, Lauren, should we go on the vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So this is Councillor Goodale's amendment, yes, which amends recommendation 4 that the appointment of the Joint Chief Executive Head of Paid Service be reviewed no later than 12 months from the 1st of July 2020.
Yes.
So, Councillor Abbott?
Against.
Councillor Ashton?
Against.
Councillor Alison Austin?
For.
Councillor Richard Austin?
For.
Councillor Bedford? Councillor Bedford? I'll come back to Councillor Bedford. Councillor Bell?
It's for, Lorraine. Sorry, it's somebody has been saying I was muted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell? Councillor Bell?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Against.
Councillor Cooper?
Against.
Councillor Corner?
Against.
Councillor Danny, Mr. Mayor?
Against.
Councillor Dorian?
For.
Councillor Edge?
For.
Councillor Evans?
Against.
Councillor Goodale?
For.
Councillor Griggs?
Against.
Councillor Hasty,
For.
Councillor Howard, Councillor
Sorry,
Howard.
Lorraine, for.
Thank
I
you.
didn't hear you first. I'm for.
Howard. Yeah.
Councillor
Go ahead.
Howard,
Sorry, yes.
you're for the amendment.
Sorry, against. Sorry.
Councillor Noble,
Abstain.
Councillor Pickett,
Against.
Councillor Rush,
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner,
Against.
Councillor Paul Skinner,
Against.
Sharman,
Against.
Councillor Spencer,
For. Thanks. Sorry. For.
Councillor Stevens,
Against.
Councillor Watson,
For.
Councillor Wellborn,
For.
Councillor Welton,
Against.
Councillor Woodcock,
For.
Councillor Woodliff.
For, but I think it's illegal. I think you can't do it, but anyway, who cares? I think it's illegal.
The result of the vote, Mr. Mayor, is there's 14 for the amendment, 15 against and 1 abstention. The amendment falls.
Thank you. Is there any other amendments, Lauren?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any other amendments coming to?
Councillor Dorian gave notice that she wanted to put a further amendment.
Yes, Councillor Dorian, please, can you come to the screen?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, and to you, Lorraine. Yes, I'd like to move Councillor Woodliff's amendment with the just so that we're within the Constitution, change the 6 months to 7 months. And do you know what? After all this time, for all of us, we do sit at opposite sides of the chamber, Mr. Mayor. But it would be heartening if at this hour that this amendment, which is Councillor Woodliff's work, was seconded by a member of the ruling group. And I don't know if I misheard Councillor Griggs, but I would love it if Councillor Griggs would second that, or Councillor Cooper. I've been really heartened.
I will second it.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So Councillor Cooper is second the amendment. And can you read for us the amendment, please, Lauren?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The amendment now reads, to agree to begin a 7-month consultation period on forming a strategic alliance with East Lindsey District Council for the purposes set out in this report, involving elected members, staff, scrutiny committees and any appropriate bodies before the final proposal is returned to full council with appropriate amendment dates. There are to be no staff appointments until they are approved by full council.
Thank you. Is everybody clear with the amendment? So now we're going to go back again. Is there any speakers regarding this third amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spencer would like to speak, please.
Yes, Councillor Spencer. Can you bring the Councillor Spencer?
I would make this as fast as possible. I'd like to support the proposal seconded by Councillor Cooper about the 7 months extension. And I think this topic has been debated quite long enough this evening. And if members are agreed, I would like to move straight to the vote.
If the members agree, then we move to the vote. If nobody is wishing to speak, but this is the constituency and this is the right and the democratic way to go forward. So if anybody wishes to speak about it, then we have to. If there is nobody wishing to speak, then we can go to the vote. Is there anybody, Karen, who wishes to speak or not?
No speakers at this time, Chairman.
Okay, no speakers. So we go for the extra month, yeah? Hopefully we don't get another amendment with another extra month and we keep crawling until we go for the year, which is time to dissolve the alliance strategy. Okay, Lauren, can you go again for the vote, please?
Yes, we're now voting on the amendment for the 7-month extension as proposed by Councillor Dorian and seconded by Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Abbott.
No change. Against.
Councillor Ashton.
Again.
Councillor Alison Austin.
For.
Councillor Richard Austin.
For.
Councillor Bedford.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Corner.
Against.
Councillor Danny, Mr Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Dorian.
For.
Councillor Edge.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against.
Councillor Goodale.
For.
Councillor Griggs.
Against.
Councillor Hasty.
For.
Councillor Howard.
Against.
Councillor Noble.
Abstain.
Councillor Pickett.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
For.
Councillor Judith Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Paul Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Sharman.
Against.
Councillor Spencer.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Wellborn.
For.
Councillor Welton.
Against.
Councillor Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Woodliffe.
For.
Do 14.
The amendment is carried 15 votes to 14 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Can you switch off your microphone, please, Councillor Woodliffe?
The amendment now becomes a substantive motion and we have to vote again.
Yes. So, if there is no one who wishes to speak, then we can go to the vote. Is that
Mr.
correct,
Mayor,
Laura?
if I can, if I'm allowed, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Welton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's very late in the evening. I'm fully aware of this. And as the amendment now nullifies this whole report and makes it unworkable and puts us in a position of difficulty, and that the whole motion is now inoperable, I've taken some advice and I wish to withdraw the recommendations and withdraw agenda item 4 as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Lauren, is that can be carried?
I just need to consult the Constitution, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Please.
Mr. Mayor, on 17.8 of the Constitution, withdrawal of motion, a member may withdraw a motion which he/she has moved with the consent of both the meeting and the seconder. The meeting's consent will be signified without discussion. No member may speak on the motion after the mover has asked permission to withdraw it unless permission is refused.
Okay.
So it needs the consent of the meeting to withdraw the motion.
So you wish to withdraw the motion, Councillor Welton?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Then we can withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Only with the consent of the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
So the third amendment will be the other recommendation then.
If the meeting does not agree to withdraw the motion, we go back to the vote on the substantive motion, which is the amendment, which has now become the substantive motion.
Yes. So do we have to vote on the withdrawing of that recommendation of Councillor Welton?
Yes.
So we have to go to the vote to that one to be carried, and then we go back to the third amendment. Is that correct?
The Constitution says it can only be withdrawn with the consent of the meeting.
And once it's withdrawn, there doesn't need to be a vote, Mr. Mayor. I understand.
So we accept the withdrawal of that motion, and then we go for the third amendment to vote for. Is that correct?
No, if I'm withdrawing the motion, the motion's not there anymore, is it?
Yes, yes, but we have the amendment will be carried. The third amendment will be carried of Councillor Dorian. Is that correct, Lauren? Please, just give us more clarification.
We need the consent of the meeting to be able to withdraw the motion. So we'd need to go through each member and ask if they are in agreement to withdraw the motion.
So should we do that and we go for that first, yeah?
Okay.
Please.
Right, we're now seeking consent of the meeting to withdraw the motion. Councillor Abbott.
Agreed.
Councillor Ashton.
Agreed.
Councillor Alison Austin.
Agreed.
Councillor Richard Austin.
Agreed.
Councillor Bedford.
Agreed.
Councillor Bell.
Agreed.
Councillor Brown.
Agreed.
Councillor Cooper.
Agreed.
Councillor Corner.
Agreed.
Councillor Danny, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
Councillor Dorian.
Agreed.
Councillor Edge.
She has left the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Evans.
Agreed.
Councillor Goodale.
Agreed.
Councillor Griggs.
Agreed.
Councillor Hasty.
Agreed.
Councillor Howard.
Agreed.
Councillor Noble.
Agreed.
Councillor Pickett.
Agreed.
Councillor Rush.
Agreed.
Councillor Judith Skinner. Agreed. Councillor Paul Skinner.
Agreed.
Councillor Sharman.
Agreed.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor Spencer.
Councillor Spencer doesn't appear to be online, Lorraine.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Agreed.
Councillor Watson.
Agreed.
Councillor Wellborn.
Agreed.
Councillor Welton.
Agreed.
Councillor Woodcock.
Agreed.
Councillor Woodliffe.
Agreed.
The meeting has given consent for the motion to be withdrawn, so that concludes that item of business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So that's conclude the formal business, I think. Should we conclude the meeting now, Lorraine, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. That concludes the formal business of this meeting, and I thank you for your attendance. Thank you very much for staying late, but we have to do it on the behalf of the Bostonians. Thank you very much.